Hello everyone! Is everything working? Yes, I think it is. Hello everyone! Welcome to Laurence Plays, and today we're going to be carrying on with some Foundry, and here I am standing on the top of my tower of inspectionary stuff. What was going on last week? Yes, well I think the main thing that happened last week we can't actually see from up here, because over there is an additional elevator which goes down to a large iron mine that's sort of somewhere down underground over there. Let's give it a ping. Over there somewhere? I thought it was over there somewhere, but maybe it's hidden behind the porous rock. Anyway, I'm digging out some extra iron ore from a mine that's underground somewhere over there. And then I built a big smelting facility that I think is probably under the factory about along there somewhere. And then there's belts from that are bringing iron up to the iron mine over here. And the idea behind that is that currently we're prioritising the iron that's coming out of this mine. But when this runs out, which is going to eventually, I mean, we can see there's a certain amount of that. This patch has gone now. I reckon we're probably about halfway through it, and the rate we're using it up at is probably only going to increase. So I reckoned it was worth getting that up and running sooner rather than later. And then. What else did I do? Oh yes, I developed explosives, which were very, very useful for digging in the area to put in that additional iron mine. Can I get to it from down here? Not really. Oh, maybe I can. No, I can't. I didn't leave enough room for a robot to get down here. Just enough room for the belts to come out. So I'm going to have to try and clamber out of here again. Yes, so I've got the additional iron mine that's feeding the iron up from there. And then we've got the splitter here is determining that we want to take the output from this belt as a higher priority than this one. So we'll use up this patch first. And that's then all getting fed into the factory and being made into all kinds of useful stuff. Additionally, I put in an oil processing facility somewhere off that way. And that's feeding in this plastic that's coming along here and then going into these machines, which are making it into green circuits, which sounds very, very Factorio, but they are. These are in fact green circuits. And I imagine I'm going to be using them to make something in the not too distant future. But they were a thing I made, so I thought it was worth having a production of some of them. And there's a bot over here making bloopy bloopy noises at me. Oh yes, and I think I was going to put in some more construction machines along here, more assembly machines along here, and then feed in green circuits and some other things over here, possibly iron, possibly copper, because some of these things are sometimes down here we seem to need more things than we actually have the capacity for at the moment. So yes, that was all fairly good. The music is not new in the countdown video. You probably already always got it muted, Mark. Anyway, yes. So welcome, Mark. Welcome, Dr. Nightmint. Good to have you, and Met Bar as well. Good to have you all here. Thank you for joining. There is indeed a 2D map in the game. If I press M, I can get. Whoop! There we go. There's the 2D map. So this shows what I was talking about. My tower that I was standing on at the beginning is that grey blob there, I think. This is the original iron mine where all of the original mining was being done, with a smelting array coming off here and here. I think this one is for iron, this one's for steel, if I remember correctly. Yes, because this is the coal coming in from the coal mine in order to be made to make steel, because we need carbon for that. Then my secondary iron mine is over down here, and you can sort of see here that there's some stuff that's going in the wrong direction along here. This is the underground smelting area that's turning the iron ore into iron by crushing and then smelting. And that's then being belted up to here and then going on to the original belts that are coming out of here. I'll probably short circuit those once we use this patch up and I start to abandon that one. The oil processing is this area down here. If they call it oleumite, it's oil. We're pumping that out, and there's a bit of processing, and then a belt bringing the plastic in along here, and that's the green circuit production that I was talking about as well. Yeah, exactly, Dr. Nightmare. This is indeed, yes. I've just been describing it as Factorio in a Minecraft world, because we've got, it's a very, very cubey world, and you can see when I look at the hills over there, you've got that Minecraft terrace effect, and so yeah, it means I can do building of things upside down. If I dug down from here, I'd be able to find my iron production area, or I could use the lift and drop down to either smelting or to the ore patch. And yeah, there's these elevators that are bringing me or bringing the resources up and down as required. So that then brings us to the question: what are my plans for today? And that is a good question. At the moment, there is no research happening. Hello, Regular. Welcome. Yes, you're quite right, No God. They are probably going to go into bait. The green circuit is probably going to be needed for basically everything. So we can farm for biomass. Lovely. We do need a little bit of biomass for making, I think it's explosives. But at the moment, we don't need enough explosives for this to be particularly necessary, because I generally knock over trees every so often, and I produce enough from that. I can research executive office furniture, but I'm not Mike, so I haven't built myself an office yet. I haven't felt that's particularly necessary. An incinerator, sure, can destroy stuff. Maybe I don't see the need yet for automated destruction of stuff. Advanced explosives would be quite nice though, because that would remove my reliance on biomass and allow me to just make my explosives probably with a different recipe. Do we get told about this? Yes. Ignium powder and low density olumite. Okay. Well, we don't know how to make low density olumite at the moment. So, oh, yes we do. Yes we do. Okay. So we're making. I'm not doing this. I haven't started doing this yet. So we've got the. I've got some olumite being dug up, and it's just being made straight into plastic. This would allow me to make light oil and liquid fuel, I guess, apparently, and portable fuel as well. I'm sure I'll have a use for that at some point. I don't believe trains exist in this game yet, sadly. I don't think we have trains or construction bots or logistics bots, which are big lackings. Oh, yes, the microphone was in the wrong place. Thank you for pointing that out. Hopefully that's a little bit better. I may have got slightly louder. If so, I don't know if I apologise or not. Anyway. Yeah, so no trains, no construction bots, no logistics bots. So I do have to run back over to I have to build everything myself so far, at least. I don't know if that's going to change. And I haven't got logistics bots to supply me with stuff, so I keep having to run back over to the mall to collect things. We'll see if more of that stuff appears. Ooh, the jetpack I did want. That sounded like a lot of fun and a lot of very useful, because sometimes getting my robot around is annoying, and I'm hoping that's a jetpack for me and not just part of a robot or something. No bots as far as I'm aware, sadly. I could be wrong about this, but as far as I'm aware, there aren't any. Ooh, data cable. Sounds interesting. Chuck that in because it sounds interesting. Decor, don't care. Energy cell could be useful. Freight elevator 2, why is that better? Maybe, oh, it's faster. Fine. Hangar gates, don't care. Yeah, because there are lots of types of robots, but they're all just things you make and then sell. They don't do any actual useful work for you. That's just pretty stuff. Spaceship fueler production, that'd be quite nice, because then I don't have to actually buy fuel on the market. I can just make it, so we'll have to grab that. Space station transformer, large transformer, could be nice. Combat drones, not for fighting, not for me to use to fight things, but another thing to sell. Data manipulation, goodness knows. I've not even heard of Star Rupture. Yeah, so don't know anything about that. Data manipulation. Data cube. Oh, interesting. So maybe some sort of circuit systems. That could be quite useful. And data source. Maybe buttons to turn things on and off. I don't know. These all sound interesting though, so I'm going to in-queue them and then try and remember to look into them once the researches are finished. Okay, so that's some stuff that we can think about potentially making in the future. At the moment, I'm not sure what I haven't done at this point. A lot of stuff just kind of looks fairly all looks alike in it. Oh, is there another science pack to do? No, I haven't got another science pack yet. Okay, fine. So I've made elevators, I've made walkways, I've not made escalators, but I don't care an enormous amount about them. Ladders, stairs, emergency beacon, space station terminals, shipping, but yeah, I've done all of those. Pumps, pipes, intakes, freight elevators, belt stuff, insert stuff. Filter inserters are a nice idea. Haven't actually got a use for them yet, but I can see them potentially. I know they can be very useful. Burner, boiler, steam turbine, power pole, large power pole. This is something I wanted to make. It was large power poles. That relies on having polymer board, aka plastic, though. So that was a thing I couldn't make before, but now I can. So yeah, let's start thinking about that. So that's steel beams, electronic components, and polymer board. So if I put the polymer board in here, then I'm also going to need electronic components. And at the moment, for the rest of the mall, the electronic components are over here, which is on a, as you can see clearly here, is on a different belt, is not going to be reachable by anything that can reach these belts over here. So I could put plastic, green circuits, and electronic components on here, but then as soon as I find something that requires that and mechanical components, I'm not going to be able to build it. I could put in a third belt along here, but that's sort of taken up by pipes and steel at the moment. And then we've got advanced mechanical components over here. I could put in an additional belt on this side that would carry, I don't know, something else, and go, well, maybe we're not going to need steel or pipe. Maybe we're not going to need all of these things. And then they're sort of wiggling the belts and having things fed sideways across the bus is rather difficult, though. So that's going to be difficult. Yes, the game is still under development. It's still in. I think it's still called alpha. Yeah, you can see up there in the top left corner underneath the chat, that orange swoosh thing right up in the top left says early access on it. So yeah, it's currently considered alpha, but is certainly very, very playable. Maybe I'm playing it a bit too soon and sooner than is strictly fair. I don't know, but it's fun, so I don't care. So yes, I would hope that in the future they will have certainly construction bots. I think I've heard talk of trains on the Discord. I have to admit I'm not quite sure about that. I think I'll move all of this out a little bit further, like so. Right. Okay, so we'll have some more belts going across there, and then let's put in some assembly machines. And if this turns out to have been a bad idea, then I can put in yet another. Well, if you don't want to get booped with the boopy gun, with the drill, don't stand in the middle of the where I'm trying to dig, you stupid robot. Right. Oops. I've upgraded my diggy tool too much, and now I accidentally make bigger holes than I mean to sometimes. I'm getting pushed about by the annoying little robot thing. Right, let's put that back, and then dig a trench like this. And dig. Stop going up, climbing up on things. There we go. So I can dig a trench, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go back along it again. I've upgraded my mining drill a couple of times, so it runs a lot faster than it used to, which is very nice, and is the only thing that makes digging underground, where everything is rock rather than dirt, tolerable. So yeah, this isn't too bad as things go. Alright, and digging out the trench like this allows me to hide the foundation underground. What I should probably be doing is making my factory a little bit prettier and making buildings to put all of these things in, but I'm not that organised or that aesthetic. So we'll just dig a load of that out, and we can grab that and fill the hole in like this. Do I have enough? I do have enough. Sweet. And then that means I can then start running these belts along like that and that and that. We can definitely have 3 belts here, and we'll have a think about what to have on the other side at some point. Right, so this is going to be plastic and green circuits, and then we'll see what else I want to put on there. It's basically going to be whatever else it turns out I need. I think it sounds like electronic components are going to be a thing, but maybe we'll bring them in on the other side and squeeze them in along here. So, green circuits. Can I just jump you straight across there? Yes, I can. Lovely. And actually, if I just run that straight over there, it'll go in there nicely, just like that. Then I can dig out a couple of pieces of this, like boop, boop, and put in a splitter, which is number 9. You go in there. And then I need a ramp somewhere. I can put one of these in here, actually. That'll work. And then I can run this from there to there, and there, and there. Put another one of these here. Oh yeah, I remember. The problem with putting a... Oh wait, that isn't where I meant to put it. Or at least that isn't where I meant to put this. Let's remove that and that. What I actually meant to do is to put this here. And this is better as well, because one of the problems of having a... Oh no, it's not better. One of the problems with having a belt go over the top of a splitter is you can no longer get to the handle on the other side of the splitter to set the input priority. Now, there is only one input on this one, so I don't see that being a problem in this particular instance, at least not yet. Maybe later it will turn out to be a problem, but at the moment, that's absolutely fine. So run that there, and then we can bring the plastic in. Lovely. Now I'll bring in some of the assemblers, and these need to be in the middle like this, and are they right up at the edge of the... Yes, they are, right up at the edge. And we'll flip you around, so you're pointing this way, put you there. And I'm going to put in quite a lot of these. At least until I run out, which I have. And then over here, I would like to make large pylons. That one. So that is going to require steel. I may have screwed up here. Right. So what I think I need to do here is have the steel and the pipes on opposite belts. I think that would make things better, because then the steel will be over here and easily accessible to all the machines running along here. And the pipes can all go into be taken into machines along here. Right, I'm going to swap them over. This may be a little bit of a faff, but I think it'll be worth doing. Actually, I could put the steel here, for now at least. Remove that and bring the steel across here like this. There we go. Feed that through there, and then this will need to be a very long inserter like that. And get rid of that. I think I got rid of the belt instead of the inserter. Come to think of it, there's no harm in having this one running through here. It's unnecessary, but it's also it's also harmless. So we'll leave that belt in, feeding the steel through there. But then down here, right, this is where it gets slightly more complicated, because I want to pull this out and pull up this belt. And that bit. And then we'll have that go there and... No. There and there. I don't want that piece up in the air. Then, which is Shift F for bolt demolish. So I want to go from there all the way to there. I don't want to go up. I just want to take out all of that. Right. And then along here... Alright, we're also then going to extend the steel belt. Like this. And then along here, I need to make sure that all of these machines are getting the stuff that they need. So anywhere I see a short one, I need to replace it with a long one. And anywhere I see a long one, I need to replace it with a short one. Although this machine already has both. This machine already has both. This machine is just a short one. Right, okay, so this one is going to need a long one, like that. And then we remove that one, because it's not doing anything. That's got both, that's got both. That one needs to be swapped for a long one. Like so. So does this one. Come on. Be helpful. Put that in the hole. Oh, there's a lamp there. Okay, fine. I'll remove this one first. And then my cunning plan here is that any... What have I just removed? My cunning plan here is that anything that requires pipe, I expect to put onto this row, because pipe is a weird thing to need, relatively. And then anything that requires steel can be on the can pull in from the far side, and I think that's going to make things much better. Right, there we go. And this is back to where the thing's swapped over. So that should be. Oh no, these need long ones as well, because you're making pipe into. No, you don't need... You're just pipes. So, yeah, that one needs a long one as well. Because eventually this is going to run out of steel. So I do that. Then one of these belts is now a mixed one. It's this belt here is steel on the... Steel down this end and pipes eventually. So I need to come to here and then grab off here until we get to this... Until the pipes come through. Dumpty 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 tum, dumpty dumpty tum. Oh, and there we go, that's pipes. So that's now cleared out. I've swapped over all the inserters as required. And now the steel, which I think is going to go into a lot of different machinery, is on the outside and therefore reachable by any machines along there, as are the advanced components, which I think are going to be needed. I feel like are going to be needed for a lot of things. But the pipes are tucked in over here out of the way. And I didn't fill this hole in properly, so let's do that before I fall in it again. Okay, so that means I can now come over to here, and this machine, which requires steel and then the electronic components. Okay, so we're going to bring electronic components along here, but we need to work out how. Because they're made... Electronic components are made out of copper and more copper, I think. Yeah, here we go. Copper wire and copper bars. And from here... I'm now getting an error message about not having fuel for my jetpack when I try and jump too exuberantly. Okay, so here are the electronic components. I need those in the machines on that tier. And obviously they're not going to be able to reach... We don't have inserters that are that long. That would be ridiculous. So somehow I need to get these out of here and get them over to there. So what I propose to do is... Let's see, if I come in and start hacking up here, I can put in... if I take out these two, we'll have a splitter there, splitter, and then a ramp up to here. How high does a belt have to be to go over a... It has to be 2 up to go over an intake. Oh, but I can move this inserter all the way over to here, and then I can have a second piece of ramp, or I can just have it turn, and then go up and away. Right, so we put one of these in here, like that, and then I remove this one, like that. Then, oh yeah, and then I remove that, and I can put in another splitter here, like that. And then I can put in ramps. And so this is the thing that's different from Factorio. In Factorio, you can cram a splitter and underground and so on into quite a small area. In this game, it's a bit larger, shall we say? You need a bit more space. So, but still, I mean, the basic principle works. So I'll bring this across at this height, and then I can run a belt over somewhere around here. Let's fill this area in because there's a hole in the ground, and that's going to get in the way. Blip and bloop. There we go. And I reckoned it was going to be this. Yeah, a belt here. Build backwards. So from here, I want this belt to carry my electronic components, and we'll bring it all the way over to about here. Whoop. And I want it to join onto up there, but the game isn't quite smart enough for that, which is fair enough because I'm not 100% sure I'm smart enough for that. So we'll want another ramp, and you know what? I'm going to line these up to make it look deliberate. But I want that to be a down ramp like that, which means I need to rotate it around, put it in there, then put in that there to join them up, and then another piece of ramp here, and then we get belt there to join those up. I'm getting through a lot of researches at the moment. No wonder I'm sort of so far behind on research, because a load will happen. That'll happen really quickly, and then I'll not have time to look at them and think about what's going on. Right, there we go. So now my electronic components are going through. Oh, and that's convenient. That's high enough for me to walk under as well. Now they're going through the splitter. They're going up here. Actually, I think I should probably make that go 1 square higher, because as soon as I start putting belts in here, bonk, it's no longer high enough to walk under. All right, let's do that. So we'll take out. Actually, we need to take out the whole thing across here. Like that, and then I want a down conveyor there, and it's easier. It's actually easier to select another different conveyor than to switch the settings over. So we'll do that, and then back over to belts, and have a belt go across the top of here like that. There we go. Now, even when there's a belt in there, I can run straight underneath it, which is nice. It increases my mobility, allows me to get around the factory, which is also quite important. Okay, so there we go. That's now my electronic components being brought over here. Annoying little robot guys in the way as usual, but that's okay. I can deal with that. So I need a medium inserter for the steel, like that, and I need a short inserter for the electronic components, and I need to go around the other side for the plastic things, like this. Boop, and there we go. This should now be a happy bunny. It is. Look, it's building my large pylons. I would also like to put a label on it because this is an end product and therefore a thing I'm going to want to be able to collect. Press the push button. Call it a large pylon. And then, there we go. And now as I'm running around here, I'll be able to work out what's in there and be able to grab them out of it as necessary. Okay, excellent. That is I have made a thing. Hurrah! What's next? Let's have another look in the crafting menu. So I got down as this far, and I found power pole large, and I got excited about it because it has a so somebody was asking before about the maximum number of connections on one of these pylons. It turns out it's 5, so it's a lot like Satisfactory. So yes, there is a limit to how many things you can plug into a single pylon. That's worth knowing. I didn't know that was a thing. The large power pylon goes up to 10 connections, and a range and the pylons can be about 3 times further apart. That was the thing I actually wanted the large pylons for. I wanted to be able to build my pylons further apart because it's a faff building a long pylon run with the small ones because you have to put them down quite frequently. And unlike a certain other popular game that I play quite a lot of, you can't just click and drag. You have to place each one individually, which is mildly annoying. Okay, so wall-mounted power poles, they could be useful, particularly in my underground areas. Maybe I should make... they'll be made somewhere else, so I won't bother with that right now. Transformers I have. Basic miners I have. What's the difference between these? Drone range 6, drone count 4. Drone range 8, drone count 4. Okay, so it's the same number of drones, but it can collect the ores from slightly further away. I mean, that seems nice to have. I'm not enormously bothered by the extra range on them. I seem to be plastering quite a lot of mining drills in. There doesn't seem to be any bonus to the mining speed, which surprises me a little bit. It just gives you a slightly longer range, but it's still nice. Pump jacks, I think I've already got those being made because I've certainly been using them. Assembler 2s though, that's quite interesting. So that's assembler 1s and advanced machinery parts. And assembler 1s are iron, and copper. And I'm making those on... So, this is potentially going to be a little bit annoying. Hey, Sphere, welcome. Right, so I'm making... Well, actually, maybe... So, I'm making assembler 1s here. And that's got all the... What am I stuck on? I don't know. Probably maybe the lights. So I'm making assembler 1s here. Great, because this has the iron that's needed for that, and on the other side it has the mechanical part components and the electronic components. So this kind of has to be here because of where I've put my my various inputs. We've got electronic components there, and we've got mechanical components there, and we've got electronic components there we go. Oh, thanks to the resub, Severe. Much appreciated. 33 months. Nice. That's a good long subscription. I very much approve. Thank you. So my assembly machines are being made somewhere along here. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell from behind. But in order to upgrade them to assembly machine 2, I would need the advanced components, which are being made over here. So I kind of need a machine either in this row or this row, but they can't get the iron, but then I wouldn't be able to get the assembly machines 1s to them. Now I could hand feed it. I could go off and get assembly machine 1 whenever I need more assembly machines. I could go over, grab the assembly machine 1s out of the assembly machine 1 assembler, bring them over to the assembly machine 2 assembler and chuck them in it, and take the assembly machine 2s out of it, which isn't too bad, because at least I'd be it's just an extra step in the getting more assemblers process, but it's not too bad. It's certainly not completely unmanageable. But it would be nice if I could find a way to feed them through. Now I have an idea. It's kind of horrible, but also I kind of like it. So, yeah, bear with me for a moment. Let's see if I can do this. And yeah, I'm going to go 3-dimensional, and this is going to be both horrible and also satisfying. So over here we've got assembly machine 1s are being made here. So I can output those with an ultra long inserter here like that, because there is room. Because when I started building here, I didn't have the long inserter, the very long inserters, so I only built this 2 wide. So that means I can do that, tell you to be an output, then I can come along here and I can do that, and that. Can you tell what it is yet? Apart from, you know, a mess. Oop. I'm getting stuck on everything. I can't see where I'm trying to place this, and my robot's moving around too quickly to accurately place it. There we go. Put that there, and then we do it. Then we do the same again on the top of here. And upsy dupsy. Are we at the top of the... No, we need to go up again. I wish I could blueprint stuff like this, because this is fiddly to build. And I can tell that in the future, I'm probably going to want to do this more. I'm probably going to want to do this again at some point. Like there. And then from the top of there, we can run that over onto above the machinery over here. I now need a way to get up there. Fortunately, I've just built a ladder. I built a ladder which I can't climb. Joy. Okay, yes, I can. I can go up like this. At least I could if I had any dexterity at all. I wonder if that's a research upgrade. Improve robots' dexterity, because I do not have any. Right, there we go. So from up here, I can then run this along the top dead center of this thing. This is quite a long way along. What I probably should have done is put in an extra machine on the... Oh, it'd have to be right on the end, way over there, making the assembly machines and then passing them somewhere. But I can carry. I've started, so I'll finish, because you know we all appreciate a bit of heinous spaghetti on this channel. So I'll bring that all the way over to there like that. How many ramps is it to get up here? 1, 2, 3, 4 ramps up. Okay. I don't think I actually jumped in my seat, but I do remember back in the olden days playing X-Wing. Every time a TIE fighter went past, I would duck, and also that quite a few times playing GTA, I've leant when I'm trying to steer, just to try and make the car steer a bit more. And actually playing first-person shooters, there've been a few times when I've leant to try and look around a corner as well. I'm not too proud to admit it. So we have 4 ramps. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first one needs to go away. So if I put in a belt there, except that'd be the other way around because this is a down ramp. Put a belt in there, and then a ramp. We're doing downs now, so that goes in there, and then we do the fiddly with the belts. Oh, I can get it onto there. I just need to get the magic pixel. Where is the magic pixel? There is the magic pixel. Put that there. That there. That goes there. Back to belting again. 1 there. 1 magic pixel. There. No, a loader is not required there. And you can't load from that part of a machine. Don't be silly, game. Belt. Give me belt. Fine, I'll take that, copy that one. Belt goes in there. Is there a magic pixel for this one? Can I... No. I was thinking it'd be quite nice if you could adjust position with the arrow keys of where you're trying to put a thing, but that does not seem to be a feature. What if I do that and... Because I can remove this one later. No, I don't seem to be able to build on the other side of it. I'm gonna have to do another jump, I'm afraid. Ooh, I made it. Mark that one on your calendars. Oh, now I can't build because there's a street light in the way. Yes, it's all Nintendo's fault for the Wii and actually making moving do things. Nintendo were hardly the only people to produce motion controllers at that point. I think everybody jumped on the bandwagon when the Wii came out and suddenly was more successful than anyone expected it to be. Suddenly, yeah, I mean, Microsoft had the Kinect, PlayStation had that. I don't quite know how to describe it. The light wand thing. I don't want an assembler one. I want a belt. Give me that. Right, I need to put that on there, which I can't. I can't. I'm too close. Oh, there we go. There's a magic pixel there somewhere, and my mouse is drifting. because I don't know. Come on. Come on, Well, if I jump... Now, if I jump up on here, it'll just get confused by those things. I really need a jetpack. Can I? No, because you see, I'm looking into this one's collision box at the moment, which is causing difficulties. All right, I'm going to do what I probably should have done from the start, and apparently I'm just going to scatter dirt all over the place. That was not what I meant to do. This was meant to be a nerd pole. Do as you're told. There we go. Right, from up here, I can now do that from there to there. And here come the assembly machines. Right. On a scale of 1 to horrifying, what do you think? What do you think of that? That's a ramp because of collision boxes. That's a lamppost because of collision. Come on. Oh, I've run out of assembly machines. Right. Well, I tried. So let's go and get. Let's go and get some more assemblers. I should have done that. Why am I going around there to get some more assemblers when I've just got an entire belt of them flowing over? Let's just grab them off this belt. Nom 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 nom. Okay, Dr. Nightmare. Well, thank you for stopping by, and yeah, have a good rest of your evening. Right, so let's put in a machine here with an enforced slight gap there for that belt to come down in. But you know, I'm kind of pleased, and I'm not going to use the word proud because I don't think I can use that with a straight face. But I'm sort of pleased with that, with the way I'm bringing over the assembly machine 1s to the assembly machine 2s. So you are going to make assembler 2s. I assume you can. Oh, and what's that? Oh, a fluid assembler. Okay, that's really awkward. That requires iron and advanced stuff. How unhelpful. Okay, well, we'll give that a shot anyway. And then we need advanced components, which are coming along this belt here. So that's a medium inserter, also known as one of these. I'll slap you in there. Chonk. And there we go. Now we're making assembly machine 2s. And I've not labelled lots of these assembly machines, so let's do that while we're here. I am not touching that comment with a very long pole, Sophia. Unlike your wife, lol. Am I allowed to say that, or will I get myself in trouble? Right, that's making an actual machine, so I'll put that there, and so's that one, and yep, so's that one, and yep, that one. I'm not sure what it's making, but it's making an actual machine. Then you're a very lucky man. That's all I can say. I won't ask what else she does with the controllers. I don't want to get demonetized. What are these? Assembler 2. Assembler 2. Yes. You wouldn't think as a professional writer, would you? Right. What are you making? Flare stack. Okay. Flare stack. I can't see what this is. Distillation column. Okay. Is that going to fit in the box? I mean, yes, because it resizes the text to fit. Pump jack. You know, I didn't even look into the advantages of an assembly machine 2 over an assembly machine 1 before I started building them. Casting machine. I just assumed they're going to be enough better to be worth it. But oh, and there we go. Now they're all labelled. Excellent. Let's have a quick look to see what the difference is. So, assembler 1, speed 1, speed 1.5. So it's 50% faster. Great. I think for the mall, it's not going to be worth upgrading all of these. However, for the science production and robot production and stuff like that, things where I want to have a constant stream of them, for those, I think the assembler 2s will probably be quite useful. And yes, I agree with you absolutely, No Guard. A bird's eye view would have been so useful in, yeah, basically all of the 3D games. Satisfactory in particular had this lovely feeling of you go up and look at a machine when you're wandering around your factory. It had this amazing feeling of scale because so many of the machines are so big they just tower over you. But that meant getting around them to try and put stuff in was a real pain. Now, they did all have ladders on the side of them, so it was trivial to climb up on top of your biggest machine and look down from there, and you could build over quite a long distance. So it sort of helped, and you got the hover pack as well, and I will clearly be getting a jetpack at some point. But yeah, it was awkward. Right, next thing, if I'm carrying on through here and just making all of them, trying to make all of the machines, is the fluid assembler. Now, I don't actually have a need for this yet, but I have this feeling that at some point I will need to have one of these. So that takes polymer boards, which are those things. It takes advanced machinery components, which are these things. So basically, it needs to be on this row. But and it takes circuit boards, which are also over here, so that's fine. But it takes xenoferrite plates, the iron plates, which are all the way over on the other side. So, I could potentially put the iron plates onto this belt, and then I'd have them available. That would be fine. But it would mean then I wouldn't be able to put the next component I discover onto here. I'd then have to hop across and have another set of belts, or another set of machines and belts and things over there, using whatever the red circuits or whatever. And if those machines needed red circuits and steel, and electronic components and advanced components, then it'd be awkward. However, I think probably for now, because I think I'm just going to go with what I need to put in here. So. I mean, I suppose I could have an iron belt running along the top, and then use a system like that to bring iron in whenever it's needed. Maybe we'll consider that a last-ditch resort, a last-ditch thing if I ever have, if at some point. But for now, I'm not doing that. So we'll do a fluid assembly machine. So but we won't do it here. We will do a fluid assembly machine down. Oh, that's going to have to be here, because this is the first place where we can actually reach them. Give me that. Right. And I've not dug out enough foundation for that, so we'll extend this a little bit further. Welcome to Laurence digs holes in the ground. Is this dirt I put down earlier? I think it might be. Which makes me feel slightly silly. Okay, it makes me feel slightly more than slightly silly. It makes me feel very silly. And we'll leave the sinkhole there as a trap. That's fine. Yeah, it's a difficult one, I guess. Having the 2D or having the 3D. The 3D is good fun, because you have a whole extra level of spaghetti you can manage, but not having a top-down 2D view is awkward and exasperating when you're trying to fiddle something together. Now, a lot of the time, the top-down 2D view wouldn't actually be that useful, or at least would be very difficult to implement, which is probably why they haven't, because you have to deal with things being on top of other things. But then also, a lot of what I'm building, everything I've built here is mostly 2D. Possibly because I'm a Factorio player at heart. So maybe, I guess the answer is, you want a very good hover pack like the one in Satisfactory. And then essentially long arms, so you can build things from quite a long way away. What are the chances I've not missed a space along here? Oh, this is weird anyway. I mean, this looks like a solid wall of machines to me. Yeah, I think I've done that properly. Okay, so along here, this slot here is where we can put in. Wait, what's going? You've got two outputs. Is that because you can build so quickly that one couldn't keep up? I don't think so, because they're as fast as they like to be. Let's remove you, because I don't think you're needed. And then I can put in. Wait, what? There's a piece of belt missing here. All right, we'll pick that up and we'll have a look at underneath and see what's going on here. Because yeah, there should be a piece of that belt there, like that. And then you're going to still need, yes, steel. So I'm still going to need a long inserter there. And I'm also going to need a long inserter there. And that's going to pull in. So you are going to be making my fluid assemblerizers. So that's, there we go. There's the advanced components coming in as basically as they're made. Great. And then we need all three things from the other side. Which machine is this one? Right. This is where I need a thing like I've talked about this before, but I need a thing like the like some rack mount servers have, where you push a button on the front and a blue light comes on, and the same blue light comes on, and a blue light comes on the back of the same machine, so you can tell which of the machines which of the machines is the one you want to monkey around with when you've got a large number of servers in the same space. Does it? Oh, for the passenger elevator. Right, yes, okay. What does the passenger elevator need? Why are you here? Like, it needs the advanced components. And then it needs electronic components, which I believe are on the other side. It needs steel, and it needs iron plates, which are probably not on the other side. Where are you getting your iron plates from? So yeah, we've got we've got that output there. Fine, that's what yeah. All right, but you're right that I've broken this, but I'm trying to work out why this is here. So this is getting its advanced components from here, and we should be getting its steel from here, but I've broken that, so we'll. But that would be a long inserter here, like that. That's fine. Where's it getting its iron from? I need a... Oh, okay, I managed to do a double jump. Or I managed to climb up it or something. How did I do that? I am very confused. Right, okay, this is a machine. This is being... How did I get up from the other side of it? Oh, there's a gap over here, so it's not the end of the world. Anyway, right, so this is clearly a machine that is having iron delivered to it by hand. That's not sensible. Let's pull this out completely. And just leave a gap, because I don't know what else to do with that. And then I can come in here and I can turn that belt round. Actually, I need to remove it first, and then I can put it back in like that. There we go. So we'll do that. I'm not making passenger elevators anymore. But that needs to be probably one of these sort of machines. We'll check that out. In fact, I'll do that now, because otherwise I will forget, because that's what I'm like. Passenger elevators. Where even is a passenger elevator? Let's use the search. Oh, it's just called elevator. Fine. Iron, steel, advanced, and electronic components. Right, yeah, that can be on this thing. So it needs the advanced components. It's going to have to be this one. I still can't see it. There it is. Right, we'll sort that one out in a minute. So, but for now, yeah, there we go. This has got its inputs happening. Right, over on the other side, I need to extend these belts. Doobly doobly doo. Like that. It's gone up. It's gone above. It's gone floaty, which I don't like. I'll put in some dirt in a moment. It goes along there as well. And so does this one, which is going to be iron eventually. There we go. And while I'm at it, I'm going to fill in this hole in the ground. Do what I mean? There we go. Okay, so that's now working. Well, it's not working because we haven't got iron coming in here yet. Let's do that, because otherwise I'll forget. Iron comes in here. Right, okay. What are you? You're a pylon. Oh, we've got big pylons. Let's replace the ones inside the factory with those, because these are kind of annoying. So we'll take those. Can I just straight upgrade you from small power pylon to big pylon? No, because they're flipping huge. My goodness. Okay, well, we'll put you there. Doink. That is enormous. And then I guess we'll take the connection from there to... too far away. Okay, well in that case, I'll put in another big boy here. And then we'll run a cable from that to that. Or that to that if you prefer, fine. And then that to that. Right, so now I can remove that and everything will die, but that's fine. Actually, let's not remove... What have we got this going to? So it goes to that pylon and these two transformers. Okay, so we can fix that by pulling that out, and then that goes to there. Can we just link these cables up, please? Stop being weird about it. Just link that. Okay. No, not to that. Alright, you. Why is this difficult? What is wrong with this? So from there, can you not link a big pylon to a transformer? Transformer is too far away. It's... Right. The big pylon is too tall to connect to the... It's too far from there down to here, apparently. So we're trying... Yeah, I'm trying to go from... If I try to go from here, I can go to there. That's within range. I can't go to there because apparently that's 11 and a half meters. How is that 11 and a half meters? These squares are 1 meter each, aren't they? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe it is. Okay, that probably is too far. Jeez. Okay, that is not a problem I expected to have. So I guess we'll put in a small pylon here and then connect that to the big pylon. That is a ridiculous problem to have. I do not approve. And then we'll connect this pylon to that transformer. And then where do these go? Why is there a... why, where, when, what, why? What are these for? These must go off into the distance. Oh, these go off to the elevator. Right, okay. So I'm going to pull all of these back out. I'm going to pull all these small pylons out and replace them with big ones running along here. So we don't need you. Don't need you. Or you. Or you. 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 And I'm going to dig out these because that's probably ridiculous. I think the other pylons are probably tall enough that it'll be okay. Right, large pylons. Time to pile. Put you there, and I think we're going to be able to link that to there. Yes, lovely. And then quick, please. Oh god. All right. No. Right. From there. Okay. Now it's putting down big ones. Good. I think I'll put this here. And then we'll get the next one as far over this way as we can. Somewhere down the middle of here. These pylons are genuinely enormous. This is kind of ridiculous. And then link up to there. Right, there we go. So I've now got big pylons connecting these things together. What I probably should have done is not run the big pylons right through the middle of my factory. I should have gone way out. I should have gone round the outside of one way or the other. Although it's quite big, so I don't really want to. But this is at least out of the way of everything I'm trying to do at the moment. So, right, next thing is probably going to be to move this guy, but we'll come to that in a... Can I move you? Yes. We'll put the BB8 hub in somewhere else in a moment. Right, pull that out. And now I want to put in a splitter here, like that. And then we can run the belt from here over this way. And the pylon is still in the way, but it's slightly less so. Then, so I'll run it over here. Then I can put in a ramp, and you need to be an up ramp, like that. And then we'll have a down ramp that we'll put on the other side here. Then it's just a case of joining the belts up, yada yada yada, like that. Whoop. And like this. And there we go. Now we have an iron supply. No, we don't. There's a gap. Now we have an iron supply. No, we don't. Try again with less fail. Now we have an iron supply. Right, and a sheep. Sheep goat, weird thing. Okay, so what was all this about? Right, so we've got the iron running in now. That's going to allow me to make no, it's not assembly machine 2s. That's going to allow me to make fluid assemblers. Please be the right way around. Boop. Fluid assembler. I've not needed any of these yet, but you know, I can tell that I probably will. And there we go. It is now running. The iron has reached it. It's building. Excellent. Now here we're trying to make the passenger elevator. Boop. Passenger elevator. And that takes iron, steel, advanced components, and electrical components. Right, so we need to take the advanced components first, because they're going to be the difficult one, because they come from all the way over there. So it means I need to squeeze it in somewhere where it'll fit, like that. Then the electrical components are easy, because they're right next to it, so I'll put that there. And then we need steel from this side as well, which is a medium inserter. That can go in there, lovely. And we're making a nice solid carpet of inserters for me to run around on over here, which is always fun. And then we just need iron. And that is a long boy over here, like that. Right, and now we're making passenger elevators, or at least we will be making passenger elevators again once enough iron arrives for this machine to be fully happy. Phew. Right, that required a little bit more faffery than I was expecting. It's a bit of a shame that these don't stick to the actual place you put where you put them. I mean, it looks okay from in front, apart from having the base on the bottom. But a screen that would actually plaster against the side of the machine would be nice. Anyway, right, what's next? So we've done fluid assemblers, smelters. I think I've done smelters and lava smelters, and I think I've done crushers and. I don't know if... No, I haven't done chemical processors because that requires polymer boards. But once again, this is another thing that can be made relatively easily here, because these are all things that are now in this area. We've got the polymer board and the circuit boards on the other side. We've got the steel and the advanced parts on this side. So that's one I can do quite easily. Distillation column I already did. Casting machine I think I did ages ago. Flare stack I've definitely done. What do you? Greenhouse I don't care about. Crates and things like this. These things I don't care about. Tank, no, I don't think I care. We're making everything on demand at the moment. Data stuff, I'm sure I'll have a use for that later, but for the time being, I'm not going to worry about that too much. So let's tell this one to make the next thing, and then we'll call that good, and we'll go off and do something a little bit different, because then I'll have made everything, probably. What was it? There's a chemical something, a chemical processor, that bunny. So from this side, I need steel and advanced components. Well, the steel is 2 away, so one of these, that goes in there. And the advanced components are all the way over there. So I know, ooh, can I reach them? Yes, I can. Excellent. It should always work, or at least always be possible to make it work. I think. Because there should, yeah, you should always have, the belt should, the inserter should always be able to go in appropriately. So the 3 and the 1 can go opposite each other, the 2 and the 2 can go opposite each other, and then the 1 and the 3 can go opposite each other. So you should always be able to pull in from 3 belts like this. It's a little bit more awkward when you get if you have a machine that's only 2 wide. At that point it might not always be possible, but with these it should be. And then from over here we need the The 1 and the 2. We do a 1 and a 2. There we go. That's taking them in nicely. So that should now be able to make the chemical plants. And I should label that as well. What are you actually called? Chemical plant? Chemical processor. Yeah. Chemical proc. There we go. Right. So now, having done all that faffing and saying, you know what, a jetpack could be really, really useful. Let's do a jetpack. So, construction. This is going to be a personal equipment or a handheld thing, perhaps? Well, that's my detonator from earlier. No, it's not there. Unless I just need jetpack fuel. Yeah, maybe I just need fuel, so I've got a free jetpack. Does that come under... I don't know where jetpack fuel would be. Fuel... Oh, okay. So I've got liquid fuel, spaceship fuel, portable fuel, and jetpack fuel. So that's iron and liquid fuel. Okay. Oh, and done in a watt. So liquid fuel is produced in a chemical processor. Glad I've started building those. And jetpack fuel is done in a fluid assembler. So I'm glad I started building those. So actually, making both of these was kind of fortuitous because I'm going to need them. So give me that. Oh, I'm full of stuff. Okay, well, to start with, let's just put everything I can from over here into there. Where am I? Where are my advanced components? I've got some. I know I have. It said so. There they are. Chuck them in here, just to get rid of them, really. Is there anything else I can put in here, like iron? Yes. Get rid of all of that. Green circuits? No. Plastic? Yes. Right, okay, so that's cleared up some space. I will also destroy that. And that's decor. I suppose I'll keep that decor. Destroy some dirt, because I've got too much of it. I should put the biomass into the explosives generating machine. Oh, and I should put the BBC3 hub back down again as well, because that's a useful thing. These electronic components should go in something. Oh, in fact, you know, I just go along here going, put my inventory in there. Did that help? I don't know. Put my inventory in there. Did that help? I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually putting anything in when I do this half the time. There's no sort of obvious indicator. But still, now I can go. I would like to have the fluid assemblers, and I would like to have the chemical process indicators. There we go. So that's given me everything I need. So at the moment, I've got my oil processing way over there somewhere. The question is, how do I get the stuff that I need from there over to here? Now, there are multiple possible ways. One would be to run a pipeline with the crude oil from where it's being dug up, and then do my processing over here, and then the plastic will come out, the light fuel will come out, and so on and so on. But that tends to be a bit big and chunky. Option number 2, which is even worse because pipes are kind of big and chunky, is to run pipes from over there with all the different fluids in as I produce them, and then anything that involves solids we can do over here. Because we've got the iron here. Secret option number 3, which I feel like is the best one, is to bring a feed of iron from here over that way, run it along next power basically with these belts, take the iron all the way over to the processing facility over there, and make the jetpack fuel over there. The big downside of that, though, is that means the jet fuel will be all the way over there, and then whenever I want to refill my tanks, I'll have to go all the way over there to go and get it. And I might not be able to fly because I will have run out of jetpack fuel, because that's when I will be going to go and get more jetpack fuel. How many different fluidy things do we have? We've got low density, we've got liquid polymer, we have got waste gas, but I don't know how it's going to be like. We've got liquid fuel. I do feel the sensible thing would be to run the crude oil over to maybe about here and set the processing up over here again, and then the plastic could just flow out here. We can have the rocket fuel or the jetpack fuel being made here, and have everything in a sort of a relatively tidy, confined area over here. That's going to require a lot of pipe instead of a lot of belt, but that's it's not too serious a problem. I can run pipes. I'm kind of okay with that, and they'll just basically follow the route that this belt is currently taking. Or I could bring it in over here and think of it as coming in at the back. That works too. And I could just idly destroy some trees while I'm thinking. Yeah, let's do that. Let's set up a new oil processing area in this sort of area, and then feed the resources. Then I can feed the solids and the output over here, and then any liquid resources I require, I won't have to feed quite so far. So that means I will need to go and get a load more pipe, because there's no way I'm going to have enough pipe in my pockets. So we'll take that. Thank you very much. That's making boilers. Now I could run along here and get some more pipe, because I feel like 100 probably isn't enough. But then I'm going to have all these inserters interfering with my pipe theft. I could come to the end, and I could just sit here holding the pickup button down, and I'll get a little bit more. But that's slow and a waste of time. I'm not going to do that. Right, let's go and lay some pipe. So I wanted to emerge about, let's say here. We'll bring it over. We'll follow the line of pylons. That seems like a fairly sensible way to run a pipe. Over here, this is my oil processing area. This is what I built up last stream. And as you can see at the moment, this is digging the pipe up, and then it's being fed into this machine, which is turning. Is it just turning? Oh no, we're doing a. No, these are digging it up, and then it's being turned into light oil here, and also anything else. Yes, there's another thing that's going into this flare stack to be burned off. What are you producing? I can't get through. There's too many pipes. Fine, I'll go all the way around the machine. Right, what are you doing? So you're bringing in crude oil, you're producing liquid polymer, and also waste gas. Okay. How useful is the crude oil? What else do we need crude oil for anything else? So yes, you make low density olumite from crude olumite. You make liquid polymer from crude olumite, and you make liquid fuel from low density olumite. So there are two things that we need to make the crude oil from. So it does expand out afterwards. Okay, that's fine. That just means I want to bring the crude oil over. No, still can't jump over that. That just means I want to bring the crude oil over from here all the way down the pylon lines and bring it into the factory way over there, 235 meters away. And then probably clear up all of this and start doing this process, start doing the plastic processing over there, as well as the jet fuel processing. Okay. So let's put in a T-piece here, like that. And then a long straight. I could just run this at annoying height, like this. Please tell me I can. Okay. It's building in the wrong direction. That's a kind of nonsense problem to have. Oh no, that seems to be working now. So I could just run this like this up in the air. It's kind of ugly, but so is most of the rest of the factory, so I don't care. Okay, I'll bring it this far, and then we'll take you out. Then we'll carry on. And at this point, it's high enough up that it's out of the way. I can run underneath it, so that's not too annoying. But as soon as it gets to about... Oh, that's as far as I can build in one go. Pipe? Give me that. But once we get to here, it's now... I can still run underneath it. But if the ground gets any higher, then I won't be able to. Right, I did say I was going to basically follow the pylons, so I've overshot slightly, but fine. I put in a corner piece, which goes on there like that, and then a straight piece, which goes on there, and then goes off this way. Zoom, like that. Zoom. And then reminds me that this is in the way, this is in the way. And we've got some magic floating pipes. Oh, and this is probably in the way. Oh, but I can carry them. That's really nice, that I can build through the pipes that I'd already put in place. I wish there was a support thing you could put on a pipe, just to make it look slightly less ridiculous. I don't want those supports to be mandatory, but it'd be nice if you could place a support for a pipe, if you wanted to. Right, I think this is about the area that I want to start playing, to be honest. We're going to knock those out, and yeah, I'm going to start digging out some foundation space here as well. Not that far out, just this far out. Oil processing is going to be a big old area. I can just feel it in my circuit boards. Maybe this should be a thing I put an actual building over the top of once I've got it finished. Right, where am I digging to? Here, apparently. Out the hole. Oh, check me out. That was some impressive dead reckoning on where I wanted to dig to. I could use explosives just to knock out the entire area, and then build foundation over the top of the gigantic hole that I would end up making. But that feels kind of wrong. Kind of. I'm not going to say like cheating. I don't think it. But certainly feel kind of wrong. And I know it makes Peter sad when I leave sinkholes because they're an actual real and present danger where he lives. So yeah, we'll have a couple of minutes of Laurence digs holes, and then we'll get back to our regularly scheduled Laurence actually builds stuff. And occasional extra big holes in the ground because I get carried away a little bit. I'm not sure I really am into this. That's part of it. If there was a way of just selecting a large area of terrain and saying I want to make a hole this big, make all of the dirt vanish, I would be very happy and would use that instead. I think that I know there is a Minecraft mod that gives you a tool that does that and allows you to take out, basically select an area and then just remove all of the terrain from that. Yeah, okay. I am in fact into it, and well, I am in fact certainly doing it. Doesn't mean it's my favourite thing to be doing, and I would rather be more. I'm more interested in the construction part than the digging hole part. But also, I seem to have started off with I'm going to put my foundation in the ground rather than building everything sort of a metre up in the air, and so I sort of feel like having started doing that, I feel like I should continue doing that. Does that make sense? And I think it does look better. The foundation blocks are a bit ugly. Isn't really the words when given how much attention I normally pay to aesthetics. But yeah, I feel consistency is worthwhile to an extent. Now it doesn't always work because sometimes you get to the edge of an area you can build on. Oh, sorry, you get to the edge of a hill. And therefore, where you were building with your foundation slightly buried beforehand, has your foundation sticking out. But that's not my fault. I don't care. And I'm nearly done, I think. Oh, I've left another hole in the ground. I suppose I could fill those in. It won't be particularly difficult after all. I just do that. There we go. And then again with this stuff, which I'm probably not going to have enough of, but we'll try anyway. No, not even. I was going to say not even remotely, but I'm covering a decent amount of space with it. I'll go and get some more. Especially, I think it's fairly near. nearby. Assemblers, inserters, long as... Okay, it's quite a long way down. Mining drills, smelters, burn generator, light pole. Foundation, there we go. Gimme. Is foundation being... Oh, foundation's being taken away and put in here. I'll take that as well then. Yoink. Also destroy my partial blocks of dirt. So that can go, yes. That can go, yes. That can go... Yes, I'm sure. Goodness sake. And I definitely don't need this much biomatter. I would rather have this much foundation. I'm glad I put that box in there, actually. That is useful to be able to go over and grab 800 foundation at a time instead of 200 foundation, because I do get through a lot of it. Right, and then from here, we want from there to there. Boom. Lovely. Oh, I put in some extra. Never mind. Probably end up using that sooner or later, because I suspect oil processing is going to be kind of big. Okay, so do I have oil processing machinery in my pockets still? What are you? You're a distillation column, you're a chemical processor, you're a boiler, you're a steam turbine. I don't even know. Oh, is it a distillation column? Let's just look it up. So, to make the that one, distillation column, yes. And then to make the plastic, why am I looking at metallurgy components? There's plastic. Casting machine. Don't have any casting machines, okay. Oh, maybe... No, I don't have any casting machines. That'd be in here. What are you? Oh, glass. Why do I have a piece of glass? I don't think I want a piece of glass. Let's get rid of that. It's just taking up space in my inventory. If I need it, I'll make more of it. It's fine. Okay, so we'll start off with a distillation column. And we'll play, where do your inputs come from? Do you need water as well? I've got this horrible feeling this requires water as well as oil. And power, of course. But that's okay. Power I can do. Actually, let's put it here. Power is a transformer. Transformer, one of these guys. And then a cable from one of these. Bip. Bop. Ta-da. Magic. Suddenly electricity. Now I can configure this. And I want it to produce that one. Liquid polymer. Boom. I will also need a flare stack. This is the waste gas side. This is an unused input. This is a required input. And this is the good output. Okay, that's not a problem. We can bring that out of there. You are going to go along here, and then we're going to put in a T-piece, like that. Oh, and then we're going to pick this building up, and we're going to get rid of it, and we're going to move it out one. Distillation column. I went that way around, and I'll put it there, because then this pipe can go straight past it to other distillation columns further along, and we can then put more pipe in. So we're going to want an elbow here. Actually, I'm going to rotate it the other way. That, and like that. Then we can put in straight pieces like that. Boom, there we go. Now you've got oil, so you should now be a what? How is that wrong? Oh, I need to configure it. I'm slightly concerned this seems to be a different way around. Nope, that's good. That's right. That's feeding in. And then we'll have the light coming out there and the waste gas coming out here. Okay, good. That works. Let's put in... let's put in a flare stack, assuming we've got one. I haven't. I'll go and get a flare stack, and I'll stick this in probably about here. I also need casting machines, apparently. And I'm also going to need more machines doing the this step of the process. So let's go and get those, so that I know where. So I know how to space things out, basically. These are all steel-related things, I'm pretty sure. So power line, fine. Steam turbine, pipe intake, passenger elevator. Don't need that anymore because I've moved that. Don't get stuck on things. Lava smelter, freight elevator, casting machine. Yoink. Pump jack, distillation column, flare stack. Why? Oh, you're another one that requires iron. So what do you need? You need iron, steel. Oh, and you need those as well. Wait, hang on a second. Right. Yeah. Okay. So it needs these two, but it needs the iron from the other side. So that one, the flare stack, is really awkward because of that. So at the moment, I've got for the far input system, I've got iron and steel, because the iron's all the way on the outside. I put that in towards the end. The steel is in the next set over, and I brought in some electronic components because I thought I needed those. But there's no machinery parts. They're all the way over there, over here. So I can't put the machine. I can't set it up on this row of machines because there's no machinery components. I can't set it up here because there's no iron. I can't set it up in this row because there's no steel and there's no probably other things as well. So all I can realistically do at this point is hand feed iron to it, which is rather annoying. Short of trying to shenanigan some short of trying to shenanigan some iron in and having it drop down on a vertical thing here, like I've done with the assembly machine ones there, which is a bit crap. So I don't want to do that. But there we go. I can chuck some of that in there, and we'll make do, I guess. I think there's only one waste gas we have to get rid of, so I'll just take one of those. I do kind of want more distillation columns, though. I feel like they could be useful, so I'll take them as well. And now I can just leave the machines working. Okay. So the next one of these is going to have to be 2 squares away, like that. I said like that, because we're going to need room for each of these pipes separately on here. And you are going to do the other distillation column recipe. You're going to make low density oleumite. And I'm going to intentionally leave room over this way for more of these machines as I require them for expansion in the future. I will also try and tuck the flare stack in the middle. How big? It's 3 by 3, okay. I was going to say, should I put that in there? It's sort of tempting. Especially as its input. Yeah, let's do that. Its input is right at the bottom, so I can. So if I do that and then boop, flare stack. Oh, I've got 10 flare stacks. How did that happen? Where's the waste gas? Waste gas comes out there. I can put you there. That is going to make it an absolute pain to get those pipes out. So no, we're not going to do that. That is a bad idea, TM. That pylon is also an awkward place, so we'll remove that and re-add it later. But in the meantime, that's bigger than it needs to be. There we go. Pull that out and then zoop and zoop. Right. So what I'm going to do now actually is I'm going to put the flare stack over here, out of the way, boop. And then I'm going to need to fix this pipe, these things. These are just asking to be replaced with large pylons, to be honest. So I'm going to do that. At least as far as the corner. Large pylon. That's not a large pylon. That's a small pylon. Large pylon. Yeah, I've only got 5 of these. Better be enough. Put you there, right in the corner. And then I will connect you to you. And of course it's not going to reach. It's a tiny, tiny amount out. That's really frustrating. Try it again. Alright, so I centered it on this one, like that. I came in along here as far as I could, and then I went back one, so I'll go back a second one, and that should now reach, I hope. If it doesn't, I may have a rage. There we go. And then from there, yes, it's going to try and place large pylons. Excellent. So we'll put one in there. Too far. Too much vegetation. No. From there. Come on. From there. Zoop. Over to about here. And then I will connect it to that at some point. But in the meantime, I need another one of these over. Well, it's going to have to be over here, isn't it? Because of that. The thingy is in the way. The flare stack got in the way. Let's bring that to there, and then another one goes here, and then hopefully, oops, I'll be able to link that to this one. Yeah. Right, there we go. Power is now reconnected, and that means I can remove that pylon, and that one, and that one, and then let's play a game of this time can we run a cable from there to there? Oh, okay, we need to remove. All right, we'll remove that pylon first. I don't expect this to work, but I wanted to try it anyway. No, that is too far. These things are just too tall to attach to these, reliably attached to these mini transformers, which is kind of ridiculous, but okay. So I'll go to there and then to there. Why are you offline? Something is not connected. Where have I screwed up? The power comes from this direction, I think. Right. Right, these machines have power because they're working. They are connected to the main grid, which comes in here. So these pylons have power on them. So there is power coming along here, along here, along here. And then down here into this transformer, which is connected to all of this foundation. So these should have power, but they don't. Why are you offline? I don't understand what's going on. I've got a cable going up to this pylon. I can't actually look at this pylon to make sure it's plugged in, which is slightly annoying. But there was power. There's a cable going from here to here, then to there, and then to there, and then to there, which is connected to that, which is connected to these transformers, which do have power. And also, when I came over here and looked at the informational thing here, the grid stats, we seem to have power. That's my main grid over there. Fine. Everything else appears to be asleep. Two distillation columns and one splatter. That's this. Oh, there's this one. It's highlighted in orange. That's convenient. Why does that say 0 kilowatts out of 7.6 megawatts? I don't understand that number. Over here, we're happily using 6.5 megawatts. The machines are all working. I don't understand why this doesn't work. If I disconnect this... If I disconnect this, like that, no grid connection. Fair. If I disconnect that as well, and then put that cable back in again from here to here. Okay, we have a grid connection now. There is no power, which is fine. Look at the grid stats. There's nothing there. Okay, that's exactly as I'd expect. There's no power sources, no batteries. Fine. And now if I go put that cable back in again, there to there. Now we should come over here, look at the grid stats, and it says no power sources. So maybe there isn't any power on this grid. That's weird. Because these all seem to be working, as far as I can tell. Let's go and look at a different transformer. Another one over here. Right, you. You do say offline as well, actually. Oh, right. We're making power with the burning. Okay, yes. The main power generators are either offline because they're broken, or they're disconnected because I've messed something up. Now, right? Okay, where's my main power production? Main power production is over here. I think it's the run of pylons that go along. Oh, I know what's happened. Yes, there is the problem. Let's get some more big pylons and improve that. Yeah, so what's happened is that I've when I ran the large pylons out towards the oil processing area, I accidentally disconnected the. I didn't connect up to where it goes on towards power generation. I just, yeah, I put in that part. I put in an L rather than a T, so that pylon there is not connected to the ones over there. Okay, I'm okay with that. Yes, I messed up and it's broken things, but at least I understand what the problem is. So if I go from there to... And I'm just going to put in a new run of pylons for this. Hello, Inks. Welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome to Laurence has broken his power supply, and it took him about 10 minutes to work out why. Blocked too far. Can we go to over there? No. Go to here, though. Well, we could if I knocked out some of this stuff. Alright, well, I'll build this last one here. And then connect that from here to here. There we go. It was an observation issue, I think. I replaced some small pylons with big pylons, and in the process didn't notice that there was I had them go around a corner, but I didn't notice the corner was originally a T shape. So I cut off the cables that go over to the power generation. So everything stopped working. Well, no. Most things stopped working. The main factory carried on working. It just switched over to emergency backup burner generators, which is also non-ideal. Right, now when we come over here, yay, we have power and the grid is online. Everything is working as it should. Lovely. So you're doing the the light oil recipe. You're doing the you're not yet. You are going to do the low density recipe, and both of you, right, where do you take your oil in? There. That's helpful. And you produce that there and that one there. Right. Where does it? Okay, oil inputs there. Okay, that's actually that is actually a good thing. Trench to a straight. Extend that across to here, and then a T-piece, and over here I need corners, and these are fiddly. So I need to rotate them vertically as well, and I need to keep doing things until I get that. There we go, that's the shape I wanted. And then like that. And then I can just use a straight. And that's easy. That goes from there to, come on, link up, there. Right, so there we go. There's the crude oil going in here. In the meantime, I need to have that dropping down from there. I need to have a straight coming out of here. And then, actually, this should probably be a T-piece, like that, and like that, and then we have a corner like, actually exactly like that one, down here, and the rest is straights, and that's easy. Except this has to be a vertical straight, which is slightly less easy, but there we go, that's fitted that in. And then over here we have the same sort of shenaniganery, that comes down like that, and then we need corners, like that, like that, and then over here I'm going to continue with the T-pieces because I'm probably going to want to expand at some point. There we go. In fact, in hindsight, that should be a T-piece one of these should be a T-piece for when I want to expand out this way, and the same goes for over here. But this means I've got the light oil that I want coming out there, and I've got the I'm going to call it petroleum gas for the moment. The very light oil that I'm going to make into jetpack fuel coming out here. Now, with these having connections on three sides of the machine, they're not going to fit together all that nicely in a sort of what's the word? In a sort of tile way. So I'm trying to think what the best way to bring these liquid fluids out is going to be. Now, there's nothing happening at ground level over here, so I could bring this one down and then across here, and that would leave room for putting in another machine next to it. And do the same with this one, across, down, and out this way. No, sorry, down, across, and out this way. And then we can run them out into the appropriate machines to deal with their stuff somewhere else. Alternatively, I bring this one down to ground level and out that way. And I bring this one down to above ground level and out that way. And then over here, I can put in my casting machines. That means, though, if I have another recipe that requires crude oil, this is the tricky part. I don't know how to build for future expansion. So if I want to have these machines running faster, like I want more of their outputs, then that means I put in more machines, and the obvious way to do that is to go bob, 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 bob out this way. Alternatively, if I come up with more recipes that require crude oil, then I want to expand this way, bob, 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 down across there. I think there's a fair amount of space that way, and actually there's a lot of space this way as well. So there's no reason why actually the crude oil expansion couldn't go that way. If I need crude oil for more things, it can go off in that direction, and then the products of it can be taken in this direction. Yes, I think I'm happy with that idea. So now let's put in a casting machine. Like one of these guys. Right click, one of these guys. Where is your input? Your input is on the... Oh, on either side. Oh, yeah. It says, yes, you can input to either end of this machine. It's lying, because when you set it up, it'll only use one of those inputs. So let's try putting it there and then configuring it and see what happens. So I want you, buddy, no concrete, okay, to make polymer. Yay, it's right, it happens to be right. Okay, so I said I was going to have that one come along at ground level, or I could have that one come along at near position. I don't know. So we'll have the pipe coming out there like that, and then down like that, and then across there, across there, And I'm going to... Is that my last pipe? I've run out of pipe. Yes, I've run out of pipe. Let's go and get some more pipe. Yeah, you say you've had the day off, but actually it turns out you've just been you've been working the other job, the unpaid one. Is that right? Dealing with the biters and other similar crises. Yeah, that is a feeling I'm very familiar with. Right, there we go. There's some more pipes. Let's go and play. Are you winning, son? As they say. Is the biter infestation at least getting smaller? Is it anything to... And also, is it anything to do with the... Oh, there's going to be a T-piece down there. Is it any... You're not playing the large-scale multiplayer archipelago run, are you? That's not what I wanted to do. Can it? Oh, that's wanted. Right. Because I know they've been having a lot of issues with biters in that. Right, so there we go. That's now making plastic. I need to get the plastic out somewhere. I guess we'll do that over here. I don't see any reason not to. You're not a drill. You're a drill. Zip. And then number 5 goes from here over here and joins that. Boop. These bits of earth are silly. I'm going to get rid of them. Having sort of the odd individual block of dirt sticking up randomly is almost worse than... In fact, I think it is worse than just having no dirt at all. This one, however, I will support the belt. I didn't before, but I am now. At least for this bit of it. Okay, and then we can use a number 6 to get that out of there like that. Now, if I need more of it... let's put that in the right place. Try that again. This goes there. And we set it to output. And there we go. There's some more plastic. Okay, so if I need more plastic, I guess I put another machine over here and then I'll have a belt running up the side of here. So I need to leave enough space for the next machine, which is going to be taking in this stuff and producing rocket fuel. And I believe that was done in a chemical plant, which is... sort chemical processor. This guy. All right. Okay, that's kind of huge. This is what I get for saying how much I liked the large buildings in Satisfactory. Okay, we'll put you there. And go, hello, what do you do? Okay, we need to configure it. And at the moment, it can make spaceship fuel canisters. Or it can make liquid fuel. So we want to make liquid fuel. And then we're probably going to want to make that into spaceship fuel canisters. So I'll put another one of these guys here. But I am going to need to do some more hole digging along this bit. Actually, come to think of it, it's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. No, it's worse than that because I'm going to want to have... my jetpack fuel. That was my first priority. No. Put things where I mean, not where I say. Right. Yeah, I'm going to want jetpack fuel and spaceship fuel. So I'm going to need to have another one of these. And we're not actually out of space yet, but we're getting dangerously close because all these fluid machines are enormous. So you, first off, we're going to... Okay, you are just... That needs a lot of things. How do I make personal jetpack fuel? That was the thing I actually wanted. Here we go, jetpack fuel. Fluid assembler. Xenoferrite and liquid fuel. Okay. Alright. I'll just put this in over here, I think. I've got some space. And you know, let's just join the two areas I was digging up before together, because why not? Smash this all up. Right, and now I can put in more foundation like that. Oh, I need to fill this area as well. And there's a tree. Go away, tree. Right, and then I needed, that was a fluid assembly machine. Did I pick up any fluid assembly machine? I did pick up fluid assembly machines. Excellent. So we'll have, you have an input. You just have an input. Fine. Well, you can have your input on this side. That's nice and easy. Boom. And you're going to, where's your control panel? Here's your control panel. You are going to make jetpack fuel because I want to be able to fly. In order to do that, we will bring in a belt here, I guess, and I will have to go with some iron on it. I'm going to have to go and get that, link that in there, and then we need the light oil going, whatever we're calling this stuff. No, that's fuel. Yes. So here we will have more pipes. It occurs to me I could just link. Oh no, there is one of these is an output, and over here. Wait, what? Oh, I've not configured you. Getting all the stuff to this one is going to be fun. Doesn't even require iron, so it's all going to be all new things coming in. Okay, this is going to be a tangle of spaghetti, but that's fine. We're okay with tangles of spaghetti in this game. Oh, and especially on this channel. So now you've got, okay, that's convenient. Those two line up. So I can put in, I can get my pipe, and I can, that's not pipe. I can grab some pipe, there we go, and I can go, I would like a T-piece, please. And I don't want it that way, I want it... what's the other rotate? That one. That way, yeah. And I also want a straight piece. So that's linked in the light oil there, so that's going to fill that one up, probably. It's not yet, unfortunately. I'll need to look into that. Then... yeah, then I will bring this out high up, because it just wants to go to over here, which is relatively high up all by itself. So have that like that, and then back to straight, and that can come across here. And I don't know, do I want to T-piece this? Probably. Might as well. No, not that way. Rotate that way. There we go. And then I want a corner like that. Can we put it on there, please? On the top. Fine, I'll do the this bit first, because I can put that. I can't even put that there. Yeah, and then I grab the corner piece from over here, like that, and smack that in there. There we go. Pipes are they're easier to. It's easier to make sure your pipes can go everywhere. It can be harder to place them in some ways. Okay, and what are you doing? Right, so you need the low density to come in, which is this one. So that's going to require a piece of pipe sticking out like that, and then going down. I mean, I say get and then going down. I don't see any actual reason for it to go downwards. Let's put my this in this way instead, and just run this at high up level. I could have it go over the top of the other one. That would be entertaining in a slightly weird way. Do that. Bring that across to, yes, there. And then a corner there. Right, the pink goes in. Bloop. The orange will eventually come out. Boop, like that. The orange goes through into there. That's pretty good. Yep, it's drunk a load of it up. And hopefully also goes into here. Yes, that's filling up with orange. And then I need to bring iron over here as well. But that means I need more belts. And iron as well, of course. But firstly, I need belts. Belts come from over here somewhere. That's assemblers, that's inserters, long inserted belts. Here we go. Gimme. So, where do we get iron from around here? I mean, here, I guess. In the interest of maximum spaghetti, let's take the iron from up here, just because it seems funny. Get that from there like that. And then we can continue our iron, what is sort of an iron bus at this point, to be honest. Bring that along here and then drop down here. And then give me that. That means we can then go underneath these belts. Over to here. And if I try and go up to... Yeah, okay, that worked. Oh dear, that was a lot more than I meant to place down. How about no? I think there's still a bit over here. Yes, there is. Jeez, how far did that go? What? How come I can never build a belt this long when I want to? If I wanted to build a belt this long, the game would go, no, don't be ridiculous, that's stupid. But, you know, make a mistake and it's all for it. Right, there we go. Let's tidy that up again. There is, right. Used to unpaid labour, parent. Yeah, very good. Okay, so you're doing a Planetary Pioneers run as well. Excellent. Yeah, and it's a nice pack. I mean, I'm very much enjoying it, and all the extra planets and and the nonsense that comes with them. There isn't a bird's eye view as such. I mean, I've got a map for you, which is a top-down map, which is a sort of a thing, but it's not particularly clever and detailed. One of the thing I'm working on right now, though, is jetpack fuel, because I've recently researched a jetpack, and there is some jetpack fuel, and I've not got room in my inventory because I've been picking up nonsense like biomass and iron ore and more iron ore and a small number of iron plates for some reason. Right, now let's see what the jetpack does. How do I get down? Okay, like that. Right, nice. So yeah, this is my aerial view of my factory now, having just literally developed jetpack fuel. It does seem that whenever you're going either up or down, you get through more of it. So, and if you're just hovering, you get through it slowly. Oh no, going down doesn't use up more of it. No, I just did a sort of... I flew up to an arbitrary height. And presumably I'm going to be able to fly over those mountains, so that's going to be that's going to be the minimum maximum. Yeah, I don't know. There's certainly lots of height available. Cool indeed. The aerial view is slightly spoiled by my exhaust plume, but still, if I look at a slight angle, yes, this is a really good way of getting an overview of the factory and seeing how little space I've actually put. How little of it I've actually lit up for nighttime viewing. Yeah, I don't think I can just turn it off and plumb it, unfortunately. Which, given that there's no fall damage in the game, would be a more efficient way to get back down again. And a quicker way to get back down as well. Oh look, there's a piece of belt I missed. Dunk. There we go. Right, so that is going to make building a lot more satisfactory. Pun entirely intended. Let's have lots of that, because I can see me wanting to have... Yeah, there we go. I've got 1.1 gigajoules of thrust now, so that should last me a while. Of fuel, even. Right. Lovely. So that's moved my oil processing area. So I think the next thing to do is going to be to go back over here And Mothball is flying any quicker? It's slightly quicker because I don't get caught up on stuff, but not appreciably. Right, is to disassemble this entire system over here, because we're making the plastic over there now. We don't need to make it in two places. So let's get rid of this, and get rid of this, and get rid of this. And then go, about all the rest of it, and decide how much, exactly how I want to dispose of. So I need to, I don't need the transformer anymore, because the pump jacks are fed directly from the high voltage system. I do still need the high voltage system over here, because the pump jacks. I still need that pipe. I don't need this pipe. I don't need any of the flooring around here, so let's go from there to there, and also to probably there. Get rid of all of that. There seems to be some nerd polage over here. Right, that I think is pretty complete. This lamp isn't going to work very well without any power, so we'll get rid of that as well. Right, so that is I've now tidied this area up. That was very, very quick and easy. I suppose I could be neat and clean and tidy and just fill this hole back in again. Like that. And that's just to carry the belt. So once we've used some more plastic, I'll come back and remove this belt. But that's not doing any actual harm at the moment. So now, yeah, that is just, we have a power input from the pylons across here. You know what? I'm going to swap some of this out for some big pylons. So take out you and you and you and you, and then go back to the power lines and go from there as far over this way as possible, which is there and there, and then just plug it back into that one. Right, there we go. That's a little bit neater. I probably should have done that from the start, really, and brought the oil processing a bit closer to home. The main reason I decided to do this was that I'm starting to produce things from the oil. So instead of just producing plastic, which is you take in oil, you process it a bit, and out comes plastic, I'm now starting to do things that this one needs to take in iron, for example, in order to make the jetpack fuel. This one needs to take in barrels and thermalite and ignium powder and liquid fuel and water. So yeah, this requires a lot more inputs from the things that, well, a lot of them are things that are already over in the main part of the factory. Water, not so much. Water is going to be a pain in the butt to get over here. I have that water pipe running along there. I guess the answer is to run a branch of that from here down across here, and then in the back along here, and plug it in. It's not going to be too bad. It's just going to be a little bit annoying building it. So that's kind of okay. And the other things, well, the barrels I haven't made yet, but I'm assuming they're going to be made out of iron or steel. Let's have a look. Do they count as an intermediate? Oh, here they are. The barrels are made out of iron, so that's conveniently I have a supply of iron right here, so I can put in an assembly machine here to make the barrels and feed them in and this machine. The thermalite, that's fine. That's on the slightly further of those two belts. You can see the nearer one that has the orange plastic, and the slightly further away one has the money metal, or whatever, it's money plastic, which is the thermalite. So I can bring that over here easily enough. That's not a problem. The ignium powder, that's going to be more problematic. Ignium is dug up over here. Ignium is coal in this game. This is what this game calls coal. So I'm digging that up here. It's being fed into the emergency power generation systems there, which are currently not in use, I think. And then over into here, where it's being turned into explosives, I think, which are then being fed round here for some reason. I must have been making, maybe I'm making the sticky explosives over here. And then there's another belt of it going in here for the steel production. Getting that from here, or from here, to here is going to be slightly awkward. Now, I could dig a massive tunnel. That is certainly a possibility, and run the coal just under the sort of 2 or 3 meters below the surface, run it all the way over here, and then all the way over here. However, that has the danger of interfering with my iron smelting system here, which I intend to, in the future at some point, probably when I need more iron, I intend to double this by building more of it directly above or directly below the existing iron processing system. So I don't really want to run that through there. Now, I could run it this way, under this part of the factory. There's not too much going underground over here, although I think we do have some iron ore coming through. I could make a highway in the sky. I don't like that idea as much because it's visible and ugly and stuff, but it is a lot easier to see and therefore a lot easier to fix when things go wrong, and also to work out how I'm going to get through any other obstacles that are on the way. I prefer the underground route, and although that is, as I say, that is much, much harder to trace. And there's something satisfying about tunnelling as well. What else do you need to make the crushed ignium powder? You just need, okay, it is just coal in a crusher, make coal powder. Fine, that's nice and straightforward. At least the recipe's straightforward. And to be honest, I could run just a normal above ground belt down here and then across here, and it be in about the right place. I don't have to have everything as a sneaky underground one. Ooh, or I could do an in between. I could run it round in a trench. So if in the future the bus expands further out this way, I can just build the trench, just build straight over the top of it. I quite like that idea because it's going to be quicker and easier and more accurate than anything else, and it won't interfere with the subterranean iron processing, but it'll keep it a little bit out of the way. Yeah, I like that. I like that idea. Okay, right, let's do that. So that's going to need to come along here. We'll have a belt coming up here. We'll do the crushing over here because why not, basically. And then we dig down 2. I said we dig down 2. There we go. Like this. That's not 2, Laurence. That's 3. I could make an actual full-on tunnel. Yeah, Skybus is a nice idea, and I do kind of like it, but also it's also very, very untidy. And I sort of did that in Satisfactory, so this feels more different. The other nice thing is that this is a zero thinking dig because I don't need to move the mouse around. I can just keep pushing and pushing and pushing, and it digs the hole that I want. Where am I? Oh, it's got deeper. Okay, my trench has encountered a hill and has therefore gone further underground than expected. That's okay. Let's dig a way out and have a look, see where I am. Okay, that jetpack is going to take some getting used to whenever I hammer on the jump button. Okay, so coming through here, this is where it definitely needs to be 2 deep, so that I can come along and put in foundation above the belt. So this is where I'm going to dig. So I'm at 70. Okay. Can anyone see my hole? Don't answer that. I know what you're like. That's not my hole. That's my hole. So I need to go all the way to 70. Uh-oh, I've gone deep. Okay, this is further than I expected. I mean, it's not a problem, but going all the way to 70 is a longer tunnel than I was expecting it to be. At least I've popped up above ground again now. And I've got no space in my inventory, yeah, because I've been diggy holing. Can I get rid of any of the trash in my inventory rather than just throwing it all away? There's a load of... Actually, there's a load of earth in there as well, so that's not going to be something I can get rid of. But I've got a load of pipe. Pipe is a thing I actually could have done with hanging on to. Pipe is a useful thing. You know what? Let's just throw away biomass. Yes. Polymer board. I don't care. There's load. I can make that as fast as I need to. I don't care about destroying a load of that. Same with the copper, to be quite honest with you. Science packs. I shouldn't be carrying them around. I don't need them. Explosives. They're the precursor. I don't need those. I do need that. Don't need so much dirt. I said I don't need so much dirt. I'm going to throw this decor away. I don't use it. Okay, that's giving me a bit of space to play with. Where was I? There's my... No, it's not. There's the trench. Yes, I've already been spoiled by having a jetpack. 49, 50. 60. Nearly there. I think I took out a tree. Yep, I took out a tree. 71. Ah, pfft. I tried. Yeah, I think you're probably right. I mean, there's definitely a certain thing about Minecraft and games that allow you to build and make holes and things like that that appeals to a certain, probably yes, quite a childish part of our mentality. I should probably look to see how far I need to go and make sure I don't just wildly overrun, but it's going so well with my nice fast upgraded diggy tool. So let's punch through here a little bit. I'm underground again. Ah. How far underground? Not too far. Aha! Coal has been discovered. In fact, I didn't need to come... Maybe I didn't need to come quite so far across. I could have gone through here, actually. If I'd come over here first and thought about it, I'd have built my tunnel from here. Yes, I could go back and fill it all in and do the tunnel from here, and it would be fine. But no, I'm not going to do that. That way lies some level of madness. Also, whilst there is something a bit satisfying about digging a hole, it's not that satisfying. I've done enough of that for now. Right, so we'll go down here, and then we'll go down again here. So I need a down ramp there and there, and this goes under here like so. La 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 la. Put a block there. Right, so now we have the tricky bit of putting a belt from there to there, and then from there oh, it's too high up. What? Okay, I need to go down a little bit further. Fine, I can do that. I will need a little bit more space down here, though. Go in the hole. Not that far in the hole. Oh well, I don't care. Right, another downhill slope. Put that in there. Then join that to there. Fine. Join. I can't see what I'm doing because there's that in the way. Right, now belt goes from there. Now I can take it all the way over this way to here. I'm really pleased with how well that has worked and how probably this drag will work as well. We'll see. You know, all the way under all of this. Yeah, just like that. That's pretty excellent. Then over here, we need a bit more down belt like that and that. And then, simple as that, boom. Now, I'm not going to say now we have coal, because technically we don't, but now we very nearly have coal. So, I'm going to need a machine to make the barrels, which are made out of iron in this game. I'm going to need a machine to make the powdered coal, and then we can just feed that in along here. So, an assembly machine. Oh, there's one. I think. Pretty sure it's an assembler. So put one of those in there as the barrelorizer. No, it actually has to go there. And one there as the coal smash. You're not a crusher. Do I have any crushers? Please have crushers. I don't have any crushers. Or do I? Yes, I do. I just can't alphabet. Numbers are hard. Letters are harder. Right. So we're going to take iron in. Yeah, right. So we need another piece of... That's annoying. Fine. That's very annoying. Alright, so that's going to have to come out. Hit. Stop it. Alright, so that goes there, and then... Fortunately, this machine is absolutely enormous, because this is dumb. It's not enormous enough, though. Can you see my problem here? Oh, actually, I see how to get around this problem. So the problem is, I wanted to have the machines feed onto appropriately placed belts on the other side. Onto the I need to have the machines feed onto other belts. So I can put in medium belts here, like medium inserters here, like that and that, and set this one to be an outputter, like that, and then that'll bring my barrels along to here, where they can then be chucked in here, like that. Fine. This machine is going to need to take in the coal and put that out, put the crushed coal somewhere, and I wasn't really sure where to do that. And now it has occurred to me I can just do it here. And then I can have a belt coming from here over to here with another short inserter like that. Program you to make ignium powder. Program you to make barrels. And then that's 75% of the ingredients for this. No, 80% of the ingredients for this. Oh, no, 60% of the ingredients. I forgot about the thermalite. Where am I going to bring thermalite? Oh, thermalite can come in here, I guess. Yeah, if I bring the thermalite in here and just go straight into the side of this machine, that's probably the easiest way. I have, however, run out of slopes. Yeah, digging past doesn't actually matter. It's just I'm trying to sort of do things nicely and neatly and so on. Yes, it doesn't matter. I can fill in the holes. I can spaghetti my way around whatever I want that's going on there. Yeah, all of this is fine. But there's certain satisfaction in getting something right. C is not down, control is down. Dump. Right, I would like to have a belt that comes to here. What do you mean invalid copy targets? It's alright. Then this can come through. Oh, it's still in build forward mode. I've had my hand in the wrong place on the keyboard. That does not help. This can come to here. Wait, what? What has happened there? That was not meant to do that. As you probably guessed, that was not supposed to happen. That was supposed to just be a simple, flat, horizontal belt. Try that again. Oh, is there... No, there's no land and there's no ground underneath there. I should just be able to build a belt through here to there. Yeah, there we go. Did it right that time. And then we have a down ramp here. And then we take out 2 of these. And I can put in a splitterizer like that. And there we go. There's some... Oh, it is thermalite. Is it thermalite? Which sort of thermalite is it? Ah. No, it's thermalite sheets. That's all wrong. Ah, no. No. That is wrong. What I actually want is the other sort of thermalite, which will come out of, I believe, comes out of this. Does it come out of this one? Touchdown. Does it actually come out of here? It's supposed to, but I don't know if it does yet. No power. Nah. Wait, I didn't need to pull that one out. I need foundation along here and under there to power the inserter. And I need a conveyor under there to convey out the... there we go. There's the thermalite sheets. That's what I wanted. Right, phew. So you come over this way and... let's leave a gap for reasons of sanity. And then over here, guess what? I'm going to come to about here. Then I'm going to put in a splitter. Like that. And a down ramp. Like that. I'm extremely impressed with myself that I lined those up properly. That was extremely fortuitous. Then over here I can pick up the magic money plastic. I'm still not quite sure what that stuff is supposed to be, but it seems to be both space money and a building and a component for building. So sure, and feed that in there. There we go. There's my. There's less of that coming through than I was expecting. I have to admit that's not. I was expecting it to be more than that. Let's go and investigate. Wait, this thing should be absolutely full of squashed thermalite. Because it's been sat for ages with absolutely no demand on it. This should be completely full. There should be 1,000 in there. I don't know how much should be in there. Freightovator. Where's a freightovator? That one. Okay, maybe it doesn't have a built-in internal capacity. I thought they did. I'm sure... Maybe they don't with thermalite. Or squashed thermalite. I might need to go downstairs and put in some more of these things than the lava smelters. Let's go have a look. Then, this is my longest elevator. So, yeah, some elevator music would be quite nice. What does elevator music sound like? I'm sure there is an entire genre of elevator music, but I don't. It's sort of not a running joke, but a sort of a thing that is joked about sometimes. But I don't really know what elevator music sounds like. How are we doing? Where? Oh, I can tell by looking at my thing. Ding! There we go. Welcome to my lava caves, where I've got my lava smelters down here, and there's a steady red belt of squashed thermalite coming out here, and probably because these machines have built up massive buffers of it, I guess. But yeah, they are currently emptying their buffers, but that's fine because that's sort of, yeah, we want to we want to just fill the belts up and fill the buffers up at the other end. So emptying the buffers down here is kind of okay. This one is already emptied. Can I put in another one right next to you? No. How about... Where can I put one? All the way over there, eh? Right, okay. Well, let's go with... let's keep with just the two of them for now. But it does seem to be working. We've got a flow of the stuff coming out. And I think we have a not unreasonable amount of it up at the top. So we'll go back up again and have a play. I can't remember what surface level is. It's probably about, oh, I don't know, 70, 80? No, it's a bit more than that. 132. There we go. So we've got to go all the way up to 132. Halfway there now, pretty much. You're just lucky I didn't break out into random musical theatre. Ding. Turkey is done. Right. So, over here. Okay, well, we've got a beltful now, so it's probably okay. And yes, this is a ludicrously overly complicated recipe. But then, to be fair, it is spaceship fuel. So I kind of expect spaceship fuel to be difficult, or at least complicated. And then then I'll need to put in another one of these launch silos and start sending it up to space. And with these guys, I assume it's cheaper to build your own rocket fuel than it is to buy it on the open market, but we shall see. Right. Okay. So this is where the water goes in, and that pipe you can see over there is where the water comes from. Oh yeah, Blues Brothers is an excellent film. That is on my to watch list. So myself and one of my friends, who you know from the Beginner Factorio series I played a little while ago, or she played, and I sort of hung around making rude comments. Yeah, we started. This all started because I've never seen any of the Alien films, so there was sort of incredulity from pretty much everyone whenever I say that. So we decided that we'd watch through them, or at least the three sort of actual, or was it 4 actual Alien films before it started being weird prequels and so on. Then it turned out she's never seen Terminator, so we then watched the first 3 of those. We watched number 3 last night. I then went on Wikipedia looking, because I knew that a lot of the later Terminator films are not well thought of, should we say, not very good. So I googled for which Terminator films were actually worth watching, and ended up on a Wikipedia page, which basically showed the Rotten Tomatoes scores for all of them. And yeah, the first 2 are basically, well, Terminator 2 I think got basically 100%. Terminator 1 was not far off. It was also a very well, is that all? No, it wasn't. Very well thought of film. Why have you gone oh, ha! I have now made a pipe that is too pipe for my pipes. So that means I need to come along here and I need to cut this bit. I also need to stop flying. And I need to put in a pump. Do I have a pump? Yeah, anyway, first 2 films are obviously excellent. As we all know. Yes, that way. And then the later ones, not so much. Are you okay? No. Okay. How do we power you? That looks like a button, but it doesn't click. So I think it's just a red light of no power. Presumably, you know, let's not just say presumably and guess and stuff like that. Does this connect to the? No, this connects to the low voltage grid. How does it connect? And requires foundation. Okay. Oh, I see. So we need to just build a stack of foundation up to underneath it. Fine. It's a little bit silly, but we can do that. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Terminator films. So yeah, and then basically all the ones that came out after Terminator 2 are of varying quality, I will say, or of not of quite the same quality, should we say? Terminator 3 was okay. It was a reasonably enjoyable film, but it definitely wasn't anything like as good as the others. So I think when I'd first watched it, it had been quite a long time since I'd seen 1 or 2. So I quite enjoyed it because it's not a bad action film. It is okay. But then watching it immediately after Terminator 2, I say immediately after, a week after Terminator 2, it was yeah, it did not hold up well, should we say? So it's a difficult one, because I kind of feel like, in the interest of being sort of somewhat completionist about it, I kind of want to watch. I sort of want. Part of me wants to watch the rest of them, but also I don't want to just watch some bad films for the sake of it, because I watched some good films beforehand, and they're sort of loosely related. So yeah, we haven't really decided what we're going to do there yet. We'll probably end up not watching the later ones, at least not yet. Maybe if we start to run out of other films to watch or something like that. This is not the right machine. Maybe at some point we will end up watching them, but I think we're going to go on to other classic films first. And the reason I got onto this whole thing is because one of the films we want to watch at some point is The Blues Brothers, because yeah, she's never seen that one either, which is bizarre for somebody who's so into musical theatre, given that The Blues Brothers is, I'm not even going to say basically a musical, it's just straight up is a musical. And I'm going to actually have that come in at a slightly higher altitude so I can run it over the top of the other pipe. So yeah, we'll watch that at some point. I think we've got a number of other classics on there, like RoboCop, and I can't remember what else is on the list. But it is a list, and every so often, and it is growing faster than it is shrinking, because we keep coming up with ideas for more. Oh, I think I have my hand on the wrong part of the keyboard. We keep coming up with more ideas for films, for the stuff we need to put on the list. I think we've added Firefly now, because that's again another one she's never seen. So yeah, it'll keep us busy for a little while, which is quite nice. Yes, musical and car chases. Yeah, exactly. What isn't to love? How much? Oh, I only got up one, but 1 square is sufficient. So we just need to run this one over here now. Though it's not directly above the other pipe anyway, so it's probably going to run into this pylon, and then I'm going to grumble and swear a bit. Actually, where is my other pipe coming in? Okay, quite a lot further over. You're going to have issues here, aren't you? Yes, you are. All right, you know what? Let's put it where I was originally intending to put it, like that. Don't kink shame. And then run this way to about here. And this one to here, and then that, and no, wrong type of rotation. Correct type of rotation. Hooray! Water! Water hassle that was. So now, are you a happy... You're not the right machine. Now, are you a happy bunny? No, you've not got any ignium powder. Oh, because that needs to be an output. Red pancakes. Actually, no, they're little red cones. That makes more sense for powder. Right. So there, now we are making rocket fuel. Excellent. Yeah, I think the problem is maybe it's because of my age or something like that, or just me being a massive nerd, or you know, standard things like that. I really like the Terminator universe, especially actually watching Terminator 3 was kind of poignant with all of the stuff that's in the news at the moment about AI. It kind of fits in a slightly scary way. All the stuff that goes, basically the sort of the finale of Terminator 3 feels like it could be talking about advances in AI that are going to be happening over the next mumble years. So yes, water palaver, exactly. And there was a video that someone linked on the Discord a little while ago, which was a sort of an expert's prediction of where AI is going to be going over the next few years. In a sort of it was not the most optimistic of things of articles, shall we say, suggesting that basically basically, it was basically saying if we're not careful, we're going to essentially have Skynet within the next, but by 2030. So we'll have to see whether that actually comes true, how far it goes, and so on. But yeah, having seen that and then come over to the and then watch Terminator 3 was interesting. What are you? What are you called? You're a spaceport. Oh, shipping pad. Okay. Do I have any of those in my pockets? No. Have I been making shipping pads? Where would I, if I was making shipping pads, where would I be making them? There we go. That one is okay. It requires basic stuff and an emergency beacon. I don't think I've actually started making those automatically because I've made 2 of them. And I don't remember seeing shipping platform along here. And this is where they would be being made if they were. Alright, let's stick them in on... What are you doing? You're doing shape charge explosive things. Fine. That's why there's a belt coming in from over there. Okay, let's automate shipping Dewberry what's names. So I need a hole that big, and it needs to be 2 machines. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and fall in the hole. 1, 2, 3. I don't know. Let's measure from over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I hope the rubble I'm dropping in here isn't going to contaminate the coal belt. That would be an amusing extra feature, wouldn't it? If you could contaminate a running belt by destroying some rock above it. Right. So now I can fill in over there, and that is why I built the tunnel the depth I did, so I could just do that straight over the top of it, and the coal can just carry on running underneath us. And that is what makes, and that is probably the most satisfying thing about this game and about the 3D-ness of it. And that was something that Satisfactory really missed out on, because you couldn't build undergroundy stuff like that. So I want to have the second machine making the where are they? That one. But to make that, I need an emergency beacon, which is... I have no idea. Let's search for it. That's not an emergency beacon. Ah, it's in here. No, it's not in here. Why are you showing up? How do I make an emergency beacon? Maybe you don't make them in an assembler. Oh, you have to pocket craft them. Interesting. Kind of sucky, but interesting. Well, in that case, you are going to make those, and we're going to just feed all the required inputs in. And I guess I'm just going to have to pocket craft all of the emergency beacons. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm not actually significantly upset by that. I'm just a little bit surprised. Put those 2 in, and then it's both of the intermediates from the other side. That one and that one. And actually I only need them in there and there. And then I need to pocket craft an emergency beacon, which is that thing, and that needs iron and copper components. No, wrong button. Take some of that. Take some of... Throw away some of that. And that. And that. I need an... that's kind of valuable. Only kind of valuable, but still kind of is. Right, and then we'll take some of that as well. And maybe I can make more than 1 emergency beacon. Yeah, I can make 2 emergency beacons from that. And then chuck them all in here. There we go. Buzzes away nicely, and it'll make me another spaceport. Excellent. I've just noticed whose voice you were talking about there. Dave Hearn, he's one of the Mischief lot, isn't he? I don't remember him saying water palaver, but I could also totally believe that he might have done it. I don't remember which show that was in. And I'm assuming it was somewhere in one of the Goes Wrong episodes. But you know, it could be in anywhere. Anywhere. I've moved back a little bit from my front line over here now, but that's fine. Right, how big is that thing? It is 20 by 10. Right, okay, so I need to build here. 13 by 2, okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay. I've not watched the series 2 as much. I don't remember it being quite as good, but yeah, I don't remember. Okay, I might need to do some more. I'm not going to say re-watching, but some more watching. How far is that? That's 2, 3. So I want to go 17 along here, which is that far. And fall in the hole as usual. Right. I went to see a comedy about spies a week or two ago. That was amazing. If you can make it to anywhere near London, I can't recommend it strongly enough. It was absolutely brilliant. I don't really want to say too much about it for sort of the obvious spoiler type reasons, but yeah, if you like any of the stuff Mischiefs have done, you will absolutely love it. Yeah, Series 1 has my 2 favourite episodes, the A Trial to Watch and 90 Degrees, because I think I find this sort of the physical comedy of of messing around, doing funny things with the set. That's my favourite part of it, I think. And so, yeah, those 2 are my favourites. There are many other good ones as well, of course, but those 2 absolutely stick out as being my personal favourites. Can we try and put this in the right place? Yes, we can. Ta-da! Suddenly we have another spaceport. Lovely. And a tree right in front of it. Smack. Crunch. Right. Okay, so with this spaceport, I'm going to start shipping in rocket fuel. So I'm going to have a belt come from here. And come across the front of here. No, we're not. Oh, wait, yes we are, because we don't need inserters for these. You just feed it straight into the gaping maw of the hungry machine. I hope I don't want to output anything from this one. I don't think I do. Could you not be... Okay. Shipping pad not configured. Fine. Configure shipping pad. Massive yellow button. Transport wares from the factory to the space station. Wares are spaceship fuel canisters. Confirm. There we go. Yes, regular. That's the one. Allowed ship types both. Yes, confirm. Wait, what's that? Transport from factory to space station. Fuel canisters. Minimum amount of transport. I don't know. If the number is higher than ships. Let's not launch unless we have a full ship's worth. Okay, there we go. Oh, and it'd help for putting in an inserter, wouldn't it? Hang on a minute. How does it know I'm doing spaceship fuel can? Oh no, I selected spaceship fuel canisters. Okay, I'm not going mad. Boop. I think I keep pressing escape subconsciously, trying to stop flying, which is obviously nonsense. Right, there goes a little procession of spaceship fuel cans. So we'll load those in here. It'll wait until there's, I don't know, enough to fill it up, and then we can launch. And we can then start. Presumably, that means we'll then run our spaceships off the cheap fuel, the fuel made here rather than the fuel made elsewhere, which is a good thing. TM. It seems to be going in here as fast as it's being loaded into the ship. I don't know how you tell how much is in a ship, how far it's got. Oh no, there. It's loading now. You can see the when it's taking off. Yeah, this stack of blue boxes shows how much inventory is being stored in the landing pad. So when the ship lands, that drops down, but also it gets filled up by the supply coming in from over here. So it may actually not go down as much as you'd expect. And there we go, that's starting to fill up. Okay, so there we go. That is spaceship fuel being taken up to the space station. Excellent. You know what? I'm going to put some supports under this belt here because it looks weird otherwise. And then I'm going to put another 2 rows because otherwise, whenever I try and do anything with it, I'll end up just not having anything to stand on. Right. I have not done much of the stuff I was sort of vaguely planning to do. You see, there we go, it's dropped down a little bit. And now as it fills back up again, that's going to fill up. I don't really know what I was planning to do today. I think it was mostly come in and see what needs to be done and just try and gradually make some progress. Does the fuel need to be storage configured on the platform? That's a very good question. Let's go over and have a poke at this thing and see if I can work anything out. Hello, space station. Right. Oh, we have an R&D lab. Maybe we should. Okay, so I can improve my quality, product production efficiency. Nice. Now these are levels up. The transport bot is leveled up 6 times, so I've got 6 points I can spend on the on improving the transport bot. That's reducing the product weight sounds like a good idea, and increasing the production efficiency sounds like a good idea. And to be quite honest, increasing the sales price sounds like a good idea as well. But yeah, let's just do 2 points on each one. I think that feels like it makes sense. And then as we produce more of them, we can now make extra XP. Fine. Okay, good. What's going on here? Okay, we've got these are all the different types of bots we can make. I did work out which one seemed to be the most efficient to build at one point. I'll look again at that when I'm ready to build more. Okay, Sphere. Bye. Sorry. Bye. I didn't see the yes. That. The platform probably needs all kinds of attention. It is still there's no upgrades active at the moment, but I don't know if there's any actual problems as such. So storage, and we've got some fuel up here now, 30 out of 2,000. So that's probably a good thing. Maximum to ship to station. I don't know. Let's say 100. I think. So let's say 200, and make sure you keep 100 of it for fueling ships up, because I sort of assume that's how it's going to work. Products, fine. That's all seems okay. Am I able to store 400 of each type of bot? Or it feels like it. Oh, yeah. So I think I can store 400 of each type of thing, which is a bit bizarre, rather than being able to store 800 construction transport bots and no heavy-duty transport bots, or some sort of proportion of that. This is a little bit weird, but apparently I can just store 400 of everything, all those things, and that's a separate thing, fine. And then 5,000 construction material and 2,000 spaceship fuel. So actually, in that case, there's no point in stopping that. We might as well just keep shipping it up. Sales platform, can I sell... No, I can't. I don't seem to be able to sell fuel at the moment, but that's fine. We can just use that to keep the ships fueled. Fine. You're flying to Ororox and back. How satisfied are we keeping all these places? So we are currently selling stuff to Ororox. It's got 1 ship assigned to it with 48 tons per hour, and they have, here we go. They have a demand of 288 of these, so 288 times 30, fine, and we are completely satisfying that. So if I want to carry on selling to Ororox, I should start making aquatic hauling bots and heavy-duty transport bots. Alternatively, I could look into selling to Salaxian. I would need to acquire a trade license, which costs 4.5 grand, of which I've got plenty of money, so that's not a problem. And then they want smaller numbers of bots, but they want screen bots, vacuum bots, and light bots, as well as heavy-duty transport bots. And these, I think, sell for more. So this So this is going to be a more valuable planet to be selling to. Currently, I don't care about any of that. Right. As well as that, I could consider expanding out to other sectors. So there's, no, I can't. I need to do some upgrades first. But I could potentially expand out to other sectors and then start selling out to those. And we've got all these icons under the planets that tell us that this is a... possibly that means frozen dust plains planet with endless mining rigs, which is why they want mining bots, I suppose. Which is why they want transport bots, at least. So yeah, I'm not really sure what these... I feel like these icons mean that this is a transport... This planet requires transport bots and worker bots. I don't know. It looks like a briefcase. I don't really know. And then this one over here, that's going to be agricultural bots and transport bots and some sort of worker bots. This is transport and worker, transporter, worker, and mining probably because it's a spade. Call a spade, and so on and so on. I don't really know what the symbols mean, but I also think it doesn't really matter. I don't know why that's got a 6. I don't know. There are... Yeah, I don't know, but I think I need to expand out. I need to expand more to get more sectors if I want to be able to expand much further. But for the time being, let's acquire a trade license for Salaxian because I have loads and loads of money, easy. But now that means I need to, well, I might as well. Yeah, maybe they need briefcases. Yes, they're just a steady supply of briefcases at 96 per hour or whatever. Who knows? Or maybe yeah. So now, if I want to satisfy... So I should probably start building heavy-duty transport bots, because I can sell those to both of these planets. But they're not actually worth all that much. The aquatic hauling bots are worth 222. In fact, none of these are worth very much. I should probably start building aquatic hauling bots, because they're a lot more valuable. They are also a lot heavier, but they are worth significantly more per kilo than anything else. And then I could then build heavy-duty transport bots, because that can go for both Salaxian and Ororox. And everywhere seems to require transport bots. So and heavy-duty transport bots are probably going to be quite easy and quite cheap to make down on the ground here. So that should probably be the next thing I do, I think. My factory seems to be fairly quiescent. There's not too much going on here. Okay, we are delivering the light transport bots at a gradual rate. Oh, yes, that's the thing I should do. I should upgrade all of these machines to assembly machine 2s and just get myself an instant 50% production bonus. Where are assembly? Oh yeah, of course. Assembly machine 2s are where the ridiculous belt thing is going on. So assembler 2s, yes. Give me that. There's only 10 of them. Let's go and find out if that's enough. I'm sort of hoping that I can come over here with my assembler 2s and just do straight upgrades all the way along here, because I believe this is all appropriately balanced for producing these bots at exactly the right speed. So I can go along here and yes, just upgrade these like this until I run out. So that's all of those. That's 50% faster. Then these are directly feeding stuff in, and so are these ones over here. And I've run out. So in theory, we should now run out of electronic components because I've not upgraded all the machines. I'll go over and get some more assemblers in a moment. But also, we should have more stuff flowing through here. Now, are all the belts running happily? Yes, I don't see any jammed up belts, so that's good. I wouldn't be surprised if I start to have problems with copper production at some point in the not too distant future, though, because I've been increasing my usage of basically everything without really worrying too much about exactly how much I'm producing. Now, iron has been a problem a few times, so I've been expanding that one as I go. But copper has been remarkably well behaved, and I've not needed to expand it. But I think I might have got to the point now where that expansion is going to be required. So I suspect one of the things I'm going to be doing next week is going to be a massive expansion of the copper mine over there to basically mirror the iron mine I built last week. So I'll have another and this patch. How's this patch doing? I feel like I've dug through half of it, just looking at the shape of the hole and the shape of what's left. I might need to upgrade all these drills to tier 2 drills at some point in order to give the bots the range to reach out and grab the extra copper ore. Alternatively, I could just come along here and move them all a bit closer. That would be significantly easier, wouldn't it? Do I have any in my inventory? No, I do not. But you know what? Since I'm here, let's just do that. We'll also bring it down quite a long way and ramp it up further. So over here, I'll dig down to this level. And I'm going to need 4 squares. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 2 for the drone miner, 1 for the inserter, and 1 for the belt. Okay, and now the deconstruction happens. In fact, let's use the power deconstructor. Go from there to there to I guess, yeah, there. Ooh, no. Can we have a little bit more? What are you doing? Start again. From this brick here to here, and then up to, yes, here. And of course I've not got enough space in my inventory. I need some. Maybe I need to upgrade to just using yellow belts and stop carrying quite so many different types of belts around with me. I need to consolidate these piles of dirt and then throw away some of it. I need to throw away this random coal that I picked up from somewhere and this copper ore. And this rocky desert dirt. And I need to put the BB-8 hub back down again somewhere. And then I need to just get rid of these things. Okay, there's a bit more left than I thought there was. So we'll go from there to there to there. Pick up all of that. And that. And I don't know why I dug up that one. I still need that. Right, so down here. 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to put in a full-size thing like that. There we go. And then I can put in my... I can link power down there with the drill like this. This is where all the rocky desert dirt came from, I guess. Just, you know, digging up rocky desert dirt, which kind of makes sense. Right, so I want to put in those drone miners I picked up, which are these things. They're nice and obvious. So you go there, there, there. Then I run... I'm going to use a yellow belt for this because I'm here and I'm upgrading stuff, so I feel it'd be silly not to. That comes past all of these to here. And then we have a yellow ramp. Goes up like that. And then like that and that. And that just links into that one. Lovely. And then I need inserters down here. Like that. What are you doing? Sort it out. Don't put that there. Don't put that. Don't do that. Do that and that. There we go. Lovely. A nice steady stream of copper ore once again. And you could barely tell that it stopped. Okay, and now they're pushed significantly closer to the rock face, which I guess means maybe they'll mine more quickly. I don't actually know whether that's true or not, but it feels like they might. And that's good enough for me. Also, more importantly, they'll be able to carry on going all the way through the other half of it as well. When I do expand that, I'm probably going to go out to this patch over here and dig down to that. That's 157. Okay, that's inside. Oh, but it's inside a mountain. So I don't know whether that's going to be surface level or not. We'll go and investigate it anyway. You can go over, dig that, have a smelting setup under the underground here, and then just feed belts of actual copper from here to wherever I need them, really. I think I'm going to stop messing around quite so much with running everything through the original hole and start bringing it out in other places. So, for example, when I start building more robot types over in this area over here, or maybe in this area over here. No, stop that. In this area over here, then I won't bother running. I won't take the iron from the mine over here. I'll run a belt from the smelting area in here, bring it straight out and up into the robot production. Same with copper from over here. I'll find a way to wind it through, probably underground again, come out over here for making the robots, and we'll see about the other things like the circuits and whatnot. We'll pull them in from wherever necessary, and at some point I may find that other things need to be upgraded in the same sort of way as well. Where am I? Why am I here? Okay, yeah, copper. Right, so the copper is now, yeah, copper is coppering. That's probably fine. And yeah, the belt is full. So at the moment we are producing the copper faster than we're using it. So it's actually okay. I don't need to do too much expansion on that. Could do with putting in some light poles along here though. Ooh, can I put them in from up here? I can. That's amazing. Oh, okay. I found the limit, but the limit is quite generous. I have a feeling that something else I've played, maybe I don't remember whether it was Satisfactory or whether it was something else, but once you started flying, you gained significantly more range on your construction abilities. Just because then you can fly around doing things like basically doing exactly what I'm doing at the moment, putting in things from far above just to make it a lot easier to build. I say I'm not certain it was Satisfactory, but this feels kind of familiar. Suddenly getting a bit of extra range on everything I'm trying to do. Right, enough of that. So next up, I guess, is going to be... I'm going to leave more space along here for the mall because it's probably going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. So I guess my next robot construction what I should probably have, actually, is I should have each one of these... I should build a spaceport and with its robot construction directly opposite, and then another spaceport and its robot construction opposite it, just because that'll keep things vaguely sensibly spaced out. And hopefully it'll work out reasonably well like that. And then anything else that needs to go in, well, I can fiddle that in however it seems to make sense. So let's have a look at robots then. These are all in here. So I have the option to make planter drones, transport bots. These are the ones I'm already making, and we can see the price over there. So planters are worth 63. But that's an agricultural, so I don't have anywhere that wants those yet. Transport bots are only worth 22 each, but they're also quite light at a mere 30 kilos. They're also, so far, the only one that is fewer for the monies than it is kilograms. But they're really easy to make, so we're churning those out and selling as many as we can. Snack bots, I haven't seen anywhere that wants those yet, so we won't build any of them. But they're also, actually they're worth less than they weigh as well, so probably they're not ideal. Mining drones, they're quite complex. Advanced machinery parts, steel beam, circuit board, hover engines. I don't think I've even made any hover engines yet, so I don't know how that's done. It may be tricky, it may not. We shall see. Light bots, again, worth less than they weigh, but they're quite easy to make. I've not made any glass yet, but how hard can it be, TM? Actually, I don't have any sand over at this end of the base, so that might be a pain. Heavy duty bots do take thermalite to build, but they also sell for a sensible chunk of thermalite. So they sell for 47, these sell for 22, so they're about twice the value, and they are twice the weight. So these are actually only slightly better than making these, although you've got fewer bots to make. I don't know. And then there's the vacuum bots. Those are really easy, but again, they sell for 2/3 of their weight. So actually, these are even worse from a transport point of view. These are even worse. Let's go back into the space station again, and check out what's wanted. Oh, the R&D lab has. Oh, we built another transport bot. Fine. Let's make them lighter because we can. Back. So, Galactic... No, not Galactic Market. Galaxy Map. So, currently I can sell to Ororox, where it's aquatic hauling bots are valuable. So I probably should try and make those. How heavy are they? They're 100 kilos, but they are worth twice their weight, which is quite nice. So aquatic hauling bots would be a great one to make. And these are all a bit... These are kind of meh, but perhaps I might as well make them if I'm just because it's still money. They are worthwhile. They're worth making. They're just not as valuable as the aquatic hauling bot over here. So I think that's a good one to look into. I was going to try and expand out into these areas, but then I forgot about that. So that would be a station upgrade. I said that would be a station upgrade. Oh, I've got a window open. That's why. Is that a communication center? No, that's trade licenses. There we go, antennae. So I want to install a high power antenna, and I've not got enough power. So I go back to the overview and I say I want to have more solar panels. I'll have a solar array, please. Let's have that one. In fact, let's do solar array. Let's also have solar array 4 because it seems to be a shortage. Reactors are a thing, but I can't do this yet. Why not? Missing prereqs. Oh, whole structural improvements required first. Okay. Whole structural improvements. Prereq for that is hull improvements. Oh, research requirement. Okay, fine. So we can't do that at the moment. We are relying entirely on solar panels. But now that I've got those 2 solar panel things queued, I can now go into the antenna and say I would like a high power antenna, please, and we'll extend it as well while we're at it. And in the meantime, let's also expand the communication center because I think that's going to allow me to connect to more planets. And I have no idea how close I am to the limit on that. In the meantime, what do you get me? Unlocks a focus research slot. Could do. We've got some. I do still have space on my things I can buy list. Ooh, ping raid. Ooh, hello. Hello, Solrun and friends. Welcome. Ooh, a name that's interesting. Being raided by a name I actually recognise. I think that's the first time I've had that. Welcome. And hello, Kick. Welcome. Good to have you here. Please don't steal all my thermalite. I've only got 138,000, and I need it all for my general upgrades. And I'll point my orbital laser at you if you're not careful. The orbital laser I haven't actually got yet, of course. Right, if I'm shipping all of those, if I'm going to try and ship all that stuff out, then I think I'm going to carry on building some extension bays on my hangar, so I can have more ships like that. That'd be good. Docking facilities. What's like? Oh, okay, that gets me bigger cargo ships, but there's prereqs for that, which I don't have. I need to do more stuff before I can get that. In general, things... Okay, I think that's pretty good. I could upgrade my cargo bay. I don't think I need to upgrade the cargo bay. It's big enough already. Hangar workshop. What does that get me? Oh, ship improvements. Sweet. Oh, I need to do this. I need to build the fuel depot in order to be able to refuel my ship. So the fuel I've been shipping up there, I actually can't use yet. But that needs me to get whole structural improvements. So let's check that one. Whole structural improvements. That requires station hull improvement research. And research is done. Where was research? Oh, R&D. No, that's different. Maybe that's a ground-based research. Let's drop back down to the ground again and see what we can do over here. Okay, Solren. Yeah, actually, it's getting a little bit late over here as well. So yeah, I can sympathise. Right, I wanted the aquatic hauling bot because that was a really, really valuable one, but I don't seem to be able to. I don't think I can get those yet. Let's have a look for it. Okay, that's still two more science packs away. So no wonder they're valuable, and no, it looks like we're not going to be able to get those. So I guess the next thing to make is probably going to be the heavy-duty hauling bot, because I can sell that to both of my planets, both of the planets I've unlocked so far, and then we'll try and unlock other planets and see what they want as well. So, and also, I think that was a relatively straightforward recipe. So the heavy-duty transport bot is, yeah, this is all stuff that we've done before. We've got steel being produced in a reasonable quantity. I'll just tap that off my current central bus system thing. The advanced machinery parts, we know how, we've made those before, so we know we can. Electronic components are just copper in a number of different ways. And thermalite sheet, well, we're going to probably need to upgrade the thermalite sheet production because, as you can see, that's all being swallowed up by trying to make the rocket fuel. But I know how to expand it, even if it's going to be a little bit fiddly. Okie dokie, right, where to begin? By going for a couple of minutes. Probably by going and getting some more advanced assembly machines. That's a good start, and I can just float over this way. Float like a butterfly, steal assembly machines like a bee. Yoink! And then... Oh, and I've made another... I'll put in another spaceport so I can tell where it's going to fit. And then I'll be able to start building more or less opposite it. Right, there we go. Mine the coal trench. Hup. Okay, so I've got that one over there. These things are 20 by 10. They're flipping massive. So I'll come over here, and it's time for another session of diggy hole. I'm afraid that's a TV screen, not a drill. So it's time for another session of why have I got so much trash in my inventory? I don't want that. I mean, I'd happily put that in the smelters, but they're on the other side of the base. I keep hanging on to the biomass because I'd like to turn it into explosives, but still. Why do I have so many small... I know I have so many small pylons. It's because I keep turning them in... It's because I've been replacing lots of big ones with small ones. I'll throw away one stack of those because I don't think I actually need that many. Pump jacks. A lot of this stuff is useful. I just need a chest of shame to dump it in, basically. I've got a lot of assemblers. Let's go and put some of those assembler 1s in my machine that's making assembler 2s. At least that'll get them out of my inventory. Because I don't like wasting stuff, but sometimes, well, oh, still only room for 10. Well, we'll take those. Yeah, I've still got 8 of them. Quite a lot of that. I should put down the hub again for BB-8. All these belt things, crushers and dirt. And some of this is genuinely useful. Some of it not so much. Ladders are not so useful anymore now that I've got a jetpack. Let's chuck those away. What are you? Light pole 2s. More Technomore rubble. Okay, that's probably enough inventory space, at least to dig a hole. Okay, so yeah, what do we got? Right, let's see. So over here, yes, this is there's plenty of room over there, so I reckon starting to build here is going to be sensible. So I need a space that's 20 long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hooray! I built a solar array. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've lost count because I got distracted by accidentally making a hole in the floor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4. I don't know. I'm just gonna go nuts. And then go and find out where I was building to. Yes, okay, over here. Yeah, so the hills are... I was going to say the hills are alive. No, the hills are just merely getting slightly taller. Which is awkward because... Oops, I overshot, but that's fine. There we go. Right, so that's the space I need to dig out. And yes, the ground getting slightly higher here is a little bit annoying because it means there's a bit more earth I need to remove along here. It's very tempting to do it with explosives, but I know that if I do, it's going to go wrong. Actually, you know what? I don't care. This is taking too long. La 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 la. Explosive charge. Right. How big? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put one there, and one there, and one there. And one there. I'm a little bit worried about that last one, but we'll see how it goes. Right. Fire in the hole! Good. I haven't done any excess damage to anything I care about. Excellent. Now I just need to fill the hole in, because that's deeper than I wanted it to be. Which is the problem with explosive mining. You end up with doing quite a lot more damage. So I actually only want a hole yay deep, like that, and then I want to fill it in with this stuff. I don't know how big 20 square. Oh, yeah. All right. I missed a bit. I need to come in here and dig out this bit along here. But you know what? That was totally worth it, and was so much easier than digging, and was also a lot more fun than digging is. There we go. That's what I need, and then that goes all the way from there to there. Take off. There we go. And then I need to fill in that gap there. Actually, I'll fill it back into that one as well. Then I want one of these. This goes here. Thump. There we go. Yeah, that was far more fun and far more effective than doing it the old-fashioned way. However, I do need to do a little bit of tidying up along here. You know, like when you realise you've missed a bit when shaving. So we'll pop in a hole there, and then we'll need a trench going along here. And then this belt will either go over the top of these ones or under. It doesn't really matter. But we'll need the output will be from over here somewhere. Okay, so what's next? The next thing is going to be actually producing all of these robot things that I'm going to want. So let's just sort of plan this first. And I'm going to need to put in all the foundation for these assemblers as well. But the first one here, we'll put one here for the out. This is going to output the actual robot things themselves. It's missing foundation, great. So I can't even go in and sort of dry configure things. I can't even do a blind what Mike tends to call blind builds, where I go in and just set the machines up to produce what I expect to need, but without any of the stuff being fed through. But anyway, that's going to build the robots, and we're doing the heavy duty construction bots. So the steel is just going to go straight in. That's fine, easy. The thermalite sheet is just going to go straight in. That's easy. I need more of it, but it's easy. The electronic components, that needs a feed of copper. But it's pretty straightforward. But that's going to be another row of machines. I'm going to put both the components and the copper. I'm got the copper cable and the component production on the same row here, because there's easily enough capacity for the number of belts I can put on the sides of these machines to do both in the same place. So we'll save a little bit of space with that. Then there's the advanced machine parts. And I can't remember what's required for those. That's these guys. So that's machinery parts and steel beams, and the machinery parts is just plates. So again, that's pretty easy. So if I run a steel belt up the middle here, and then have a machine here to make the advanced machinery parts, and if we run an iron belt up the other side of it, then I reckon this row could do both of those, and then we'll have another set of machines over here doing the components. This is actually going to be pretty easy. I'm happy with this. Oh, and we can get the flattened thermalites straight out from here as well, because this is the elevator they come up in. That's really convenient. So we're going to have a belt coming in here, like this. This is going to be steel. It's going to feed both of these machines. Then we're going to have a belt coming in over here of iron, I guess. And that'll feed, not there, that'll feed the other machines on this row that are producing the basic mechanical components, because it was just mechanical components and steel, wasn't it? Yeah, so that's easy. And then we'll have another set of belts over here. I could probably bring the copper in here in the next row, and then have machines here that are doing all of my, that doesn't line up, but never mind. That's producing all of the electronic components, because the electronic components are just copper and copper, so that's easy enough. Oh, true, it doesn't. You're right. I don't need the inserter by the landing pad. You're quite right. And I can bring the finish things out there. Oh, I need to bring the Technum in. I don't mean Technum. So I want to move this all across one, because there are other components for the bots that I'm trying to make. So heavy duty bots. Steel's in the middle already. Thermalite will also come in along the middle, I guess. Yeah, so all of this needs to be moved across one square, but that's fine. So this gives me a good idea of how big an area I need. So we're going to have Let's just move everything 1 square forwards, because then I can think about this more easily. And then we pass through underneath here. Oh, but I said I was going to have... Yes, I was going to have a second input over on this side. So we're going to have... So our inserters will be here. I need to move everything 1 further out, as stated. So inserters will be here. Then machine is 1, 2, 3. Inserters. Then that goes under the belt. Ooh, another space station upgrade. Excellent. So that's the one that goes under the belt. There's going to be 2 belts coming through here, because there's going to be an iron one and a copper one, I think. Yeah, because that's just steel and thermalite, iron and copper. Then we have inserter. Yeah. Machine. 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 And I think I'm going to need inserters on the other side for passing the intermediates through. Oh, and again, and there'll be another belt over here to pass the other gubbinses, pass the electronic components over. Oh, hell! Oh no, I'll run them all the way over to here. That's fine. They can go up the outside over this side. Is that everything then? So I've got. I think it is. Let's just start building. And I'll put in sort of a minimal number. Well, I say building. First I need to start digging. Where am I going to get power from? Probably from one of these pylons. Let's just have another substation over here, because that seems like an easier way to do it. So dig all of that out. Then I've run out of foundation. Great. That's more than big enough. So to start with, I'm going to put down a proof of concept with basically 1 of each machine and make sure it works. And I say make sure it works. Make sure I've got everything in the right places. The recipes are all pretty straightforward, but I want to make sure that the basic design I've come up with isn't going to have any problems with getting the belts through or anything ridiculous like that. And I've now run out of foundation, so I'm going to have to go and get some more of that. Then I'll take a look at the numbers on the way over. Let's grab some more assembler 2s. No, there we go. Foundation's quite a long way over, isn't it? Foundation. Oh, it goes into the box. Give me that. Okay, so yes, step 1. Put down 1 of each machine, and then step 2, think about numbers to get everything correctly balanced as all things should be. So that goes through there like that, and if I put in a transformer here, then I can connect it to. There's plenty of power around here, so I can hook that from there to. Too far away. Really? Oh, for goodness sake. Alright, fine. Fine, I will put the transformer here instead. Stupid game. It seems a little bit unnecessarily strict to me. There we go. Right, now we have power. And that means when I start putting in my assemblers, like this, let's put the control panel inwards, like this, and this, and this, then I can actually configure them, which is nice, and it makes it a little bit easier to think about what I'm doing. So you're going to be making robots. You're making the heavy-duty bots, right? Fine. You're making the heavy-duty. Well, actually, on this column, we're making the advanced machinery parts. This machine will not be doing that, but still, never mind. This belt should not be here. We should instead have belts going in here and here. And then you're going to be making the... Well, actually, you know what? We'll set this up properly. So you're going to be doing the wire coils, and you make 2 of those every second. Then we're going to be making these things, which uses 2 wire coils every 2 seconds. So you're making 2 per second. So we can have one of these machines, then 2 of these. Okay, that's fine. That's an nice easy ratio. So we need now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was hoping that holding down control, which is fly downwards, would stop me climbing out of holes that that I'm in, because that would be quite useful sometimes. All right, so I can then fill that up with thing, and then put another 2 of these. Bim, bim, like that. And these 2 are both going to make electronic. These are both going to make electronic components. You don't have to double click, Laurence. This is not Factorio, like that. So they're going to right. So this is going to be the copper input. Take inserters. Boom, boom, boom. We'll have an exerter there, inserter there, and then exerters there and there. And you need to be an output. You need to be an output, and you need to be falling in a hole. You need to be an output. Right, that means I can then run this belt from here along there. Belt from here along there. And when I inevitably find I need more than 2 machines making the electronic components, that is not a problem, because I can fit in as many as I need realistically. Let's bring that one further out like that, because then when I have it go up a ramp like this, it's going to be easy to hook it in at the other end with a down ramp all the way over here, like that. That goes there. And then I think I can, if I switch back to belts, I can do, if I flick to that way, I can then extend this to from here to there. Right. And that is now, if I fed in copper, that would be a supply of the advanced mechanical, the electronic components coming through. Put that in there. Right, and so you are going to be outputting here. Output. Don't do that. Be configured. Output. There we go. And then we need a medium inserter there to take in those components. Lovely. Have I screwed this up by not thinking about how I'm going to get the stuff from here to here? I think I have. Because this belt is bringing in the steel, which is going to feed both of these machines. I'm going to have to run that all the way over there on the outside of that one, or alternatively move all of this across. I think I am. Oh, hang on. No, yeah. Yes, because this is going to be bringing in the iron, which this is going to require. So I need this for I need one lane for the intermediates, and then I need another lane for the finisheds. Okay, I have completely screwed up. All of this needs to be 2 squares further over that, or alternatively this needs to be 2 squares further over, and I think there's less stuff here. So let's do that. Didn't plan quite as well as I thought I did. Oh, I wish I had the Pickadoilies mod in this. But I can put another one of these in here. Then I can remove that, and that, and that. And it's a bit of a shame because I deliberately lined this up perfectly with the input of the spaceport. No, F. But never mind. All right, and that means I need this trench to be too wider like that. I need to fill in here with stuff like that, and then I need to try and remember what on earth I was doing over here. So we've got we've got the electronic components coming in there. Over here we've got the steel coming in here. That's fine. I can do that with a long inserter. And then this one can drop the intermediates out here and drop the finished ones out here. But it'd be nice if they could come around and turn around and come back again. This is kind of fiddly. just counting up the belts is annoying. What I should have done is it is not built quite as quickly and as exuberantly as I did. So yeah, thermalite and electronic components coming in here. Why have you not got power? Oh, I broke the connection over here. Robots, heavy bots. Right, so we've got the steel coming in the middle. We've got the electronic components coming in here. We've got the thermalite coming in here. It's just then the industrial components from here. So we're going to be putting normal mechanical components out to here, and then I guess the advanced ones out to here, which means I need to run them up here, and they can loop them back around and come along in here. So that actually does work. Okay, I'm all right with that then. And let's look at the ratios for those. So components, we need to make to make an advanced machinery part takes 2 machinery parts every 4 seconds, so 1 every 2 seconds, and we can make those at a rate of 1 every 1.5 seconds. Let's call that every 2 seconds, and we need them every 2 seconds. So let's just alternate the machines along here, and I can put in an extra one occasionally if I feel like it. So you're going to be making machinery parts, then we're going to dig another hole along here like this. There we go, fill in the hole with the foundation, put in another one of these, tell that to make advanced machinery parts, and then okay, so we're going to have a belt up the middle here, which carries the machinery parts. We're going to have a belt here that carries the advanced machinery parts, and at the end it loops round like this so it can feed as many of these as we need it to. And we're still going to bring the steel in along here, and the iron and copper in over here. So this machine is going to need iron, which is another one of these, like that. And then this machine is going to need to take, and it's going to need to output to here, and this is going to input from there, and then output to here. And then this one's going to input from there, input from there, and input from there. I've forgotten no, this is I've forgotten an output. Okay, well that's going to happen over here as well then, clearly, like that. So now I've got 4 inputs and 1 output. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and then a medium one, no, and a long one. Sorry, to get the steel over here, like that. There we go. So there's my five inserters. Okay, that is nominally okay. Let's take out a couple of chunks of that, and then we'll drop back down again here, and then I can have a belt that goes up here like this. I can have a belt that comes in here like this. No, I can't. I can build backwards, and I can have a belt that comes through here like this, and comes over to here. I will then need foundation. Must construct additional foundation, as they say. Fall in there, like that, lovely. Foundation along here and to here. It turns out this is the nearest place where there's power. I could have just linked these two together and not faffed around with with putting in a what do you call it? A transformer over there, but never mind. And then we'll pull the flat thermalite. Can we have some flat thermalite, please? Why is this one getting to be the priority? That seems very unfair. Surely it should share between them. Let's boop that for a moment. There we go. Okay, so it does work. But yeah, that can come around here. That'll flow in there. And then... I guess, you know what? I'm just going to remove this because we don't need it. And then I can remove that. I can do a bit of filling in the holes around here like this. because this place is a menace and I keep falling in the holes. And then, of course, I'll need to dig across here like this to run the foundation. Not there, to run the foundation like that. And boom! Now we have power again over here, but I don't need the transformer. That means I can now take the belt out from here, run it over this way, and try and feed it in over there. 5. So you go from there, come over this way, over those, like that. Lovely. And go that way, and then just go straight in there. Shoop. Shipping pad not configured. Fine. All right, let's do that because I can easily. Configure shipping pad. Transport from factory to space station. You're going to be doing heavy bots. Confirm. Confirm. Whatever. Right. There we go. So when we get some heavy bots, we can ship them out from here. Right. That is, I think, enough to theoretically start making the bots. However, I just need to bring in all of the inputs. So we have steel coming in here. We have iron and copper both needed over there. There's iron. Although I did say I'd bring that from underground, so we'll do that. We'll go ahead with that. Here is steel. Steel comes to about here, and I guess I can. I guess I can make a hole in the steel belt here, and then run around this pylon, which is in hindsight is in a rather silly place, but never mind. So let's take out a couple of chunks of this. Boop, boop. Grab one of those, put it in here, and then take the steel belt from here. Stay at this height. We'll go round the pylon like this. Spaghetti. And I've run out of conveyor. Let's go get some more conveyor belt then. That's way over here. Past the assemblers. Belt. Belt. Let's also get some more inserters. I don't know where the very long inserter is. Smelter, burner generator, light poles, foundation, crushers, pylons, transformers, pump, tier 3 inserter. That should be a... I should probably call that a long and then call the other one a medium, but I haven't. I'm stuck on something. There we go. Oh, there's my high power antenna, so I can now connect to the. I can now connect to other solar systems. But first, I need to connect my steel belt, which is that one. From there, you will carry on this way until we get to about here. This is already elevated compared to my standard stuff around here. So, and I could come in... Yeah, let's bring it in here. So bring that from there. I'll bring it in across here like that. And then I can put a down ramp there. And then I can run that belt from the other side of the ramp, please. Come on. Right. Into there. Boom. There's my steel. So that's that one sorted. The thermalite is kind of already coming in. Then over here, this one is iron. And that was the one I said I was going to do differently. That's going to just come straight up out of the ground like magic. So I need this to come in at about 111, minus 11, minus 116. Okay. So let's dig a little bit of a hole here. Minus 11, minus 116. So let's go into the lift and go down to the... Oh, this is that one. The lift I actually want is this one over here. Maybe I should have all of these go down to the same places. So smelting, for example, is 115. Minus 11, minus 116. Yeah. I should probably have the other one go down to the same level as well, so I can go in and say, okay, this is my coal smeltery, iron smeltery. So from here, we've got, at the moment, an iron belt going up here. Do I have another iron belt coming? I'm sure I do. Yeah, there's another belt available over here of iron that's not even being used at this point. So that could come out of there, could go around that, could go over this way. What did I say? 100, I said minus 11, which means this way. Okay, but also minus 116, which is a long way that way. So there's going to be plenty of room for a tunnel to go quite some way that way, and then miles that way, and then come out in the right place. Alternatively, I could loop this across here and go through underneath here and take it over at about the right place. Yeah, let's do that instead, because I don't think I need this is ever going to need to be any longer, because we've already built up to the correct ratio. It's going to need to be higher at some point, yes, but I don't think it's going to need to be any longer. Right, so this is where I ideally would like the belt to come out. So let's see how far I can get just digging a hole here, and whether it drops me in trouble with, yes, okay, there's already a belt there. Fine. Which one of these belts is this? Can I see out? No. Okay, so this is going to run my iron belt basically straight through the other part of the factory, which is kind of through here, which I think I'm okay with. But I will carry on digging. I'll dig this back out again, so there's fewer corners in my belt, just for sort of, neatness sake. So you go from there all the way along here like this. And it's important for me not to be there, not to be in the tunnel when it builds, because in a too high tunnel, belt and myself do not both fit. Right, then from here, we carry on, I guess, until I get to 116, except I want to pop out of the ground at 116. I'm at height 115 at the moment. Let's go and dig from the other end, I think. Surface, please. So I need to get down to 115. And then if I keep going in a dead straight line that way, I will eventually hit my tunnels over here. Oh, but actually I want to be one more further across. One more further out. Right, this is the production area. This is my hole. It's in the wrong place. Oop. Oh no, that's spot on. Right, so we're actually going down here. Here at minus 12. However, the belt's going to turn. Actually, the belt's going to turn here, so we're going to go down 2 like that. 1, 2, 1, 2. And I probably should be using an elevator for this, really, but never mind. Okay, so I need to continue this to 115, which is quite a long way down, actually. And I could do a spiral lift, a spiral belt, like I did earlier for where I was bringing the assembly machines over. But that way, I mean, it works, obviously, but it's more complicated to make, whereas this is just a nice, simple angled hole. So it's really, really easy. 121. 119. 108. 17. Apparently I can't count very well. Right, 115, magic number. So now I just carry on in a straight line. And I should, sooner or later, come out inside the... yeah, in here. Just like that, in fact. No, we don't have diamonds at Y11 in this game. We have... what do we call it? We have lava. And we can use the lava for smelting purposes. Or possibly purposes. That sounds less cruel. Right, if I hold that down, I should be able to get up here like this. And if I've got things right... I haven't got things right, apparently. I was going to say, if I've got things right, it should just pop out at surface level. Okay, alright, I guess I'm going back down again, backwards. And this is awkward, because I probably can't even drag it from here. Wait, this hole is too big. Alright, well, let's go back down and have a look and see where it's gone wrong. Out, 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 out. It hasn't gone wrong. Why are we being silly? Yeah, this is fine. Okay, I don't know why you're being silly about it before, game, because this is absolutely fine. Look at all of the iron that's coming up here. Isn't that lovely? And that one is the iron. Of course, I've just realised that when I do more construction somewhere over there for the next set of bots, I'm going to want to peel off this iron belt as well. I'm going to wish I'd left room for put a splitter in here, but oh well. Live and learn. Well, live anyway. I guess I should put warning. I should put some warning railings around this, because I don't want anyone to fall in. And corners there and there. Health and safety is very important, you know. You can't have people falling into your pits, even if they've got jetpacks now. Right, so that is working wonderfully. It is producing the output. There we go. It's producing the mechanical components. They're being swallowed up by this machine. You're an output. Oh, you need a medium one as well. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. There we go. So that's now. Yep, that's now making the intermediate components. There we go. Those come in here. They get swallowed up by this machine. So now we should be down to just the just the copper things, and also we don't seem to have any. There should have been a couple of thermalite plates come through. Oh, there they are. Why did they not get swallowed up by this? I have no idea. Okay, so now I need to bring copper over. Copper I don't have in an elegant underground system yet. But I was going to come over here and set this to give this an additional height of 115. So I'll add a station in which is iron smelting. And I'm going to put that in as 115. Now, I can't actually go down. If I go down there, I won't be able to get out. There isn't a way out at 115. I will need to construct a tunnel for that. But given that that isn't all that far away, this seems like a sensible thing to do. Right, so thermalite's being produced, but not being sent over to where I currently want it. But fair and fine, whatever. Copper, I need copper as well. Okay, there's a load coming along here, and this is going in for circuit making. Fine, I'll steal some of that. No, I won't, because I've got my inventory is filled up with dirt as usual, and miscellaneous biomass. Try that again. Boink, 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 and then I can put in. Oh, I need a fast splitter here because we're using fast belts. So put one of those in. Come on, magic pixel. There we go. And then we'll have another belt coming from here. I guess if I come to there with it, And then magic pixel onto the end of that. I can just follow the steel belt along because that goes to the right place. Hook that in there. Bringing it over here. Oops. I don't know why this is a yellow belt. I mean, well, for sake of future-proofing, I guess, is the main reason. And then I bring it to here and I get, oh dear. Actually, I'll bring it over here. That's fine. I can go over the top of all of this, like that. And then I can drop it down. It's just going to loop back on itself a bit, which is ugly but fine. So I can go like that, and then that, and I can't see. Then we'll put another piece of belt in there, and boom! That should now, especially if I come over here and turn off the thermalite that's going to rocket fuel production, turn that off for a moment. So the thermalite will start to, squashed thermalite will start to come through here, like that. If I've got everything correct, which, you know, is a big if, I haven't finished these belts. Making that a bit longer would help. Making that a bit longer will help later, so we'll do so. Alright, there we go. There's the cable, the wire coming out, and there are the components. So that should mean that in not too long at all, I will fill in this hole because it's annoying me. A tree in a hole. Great. That's still going to be annoying, but never mind. Right, are you a happy bunny? Yes, you are. Right, so now that is producing heavy-duty robots for me. Not very quickly, granted, but it is producing heavy-duty robots. They're getting put onto the belt here, and off they go. Bimble, bimble, bimble. What do they look like when they go up a ramp? I assume the tracks just stay at the bottom, stay pointing. Yeah, okay. They do. They stay at the normal of the belt. That's makes sense, really. Anything else would be a bit ridiculous. Okay, and that will be then fed in here. And when we've made another 15 of them, we can launch them to space. Zoomp. I can barely see any expansion up there at all from that, but never mind. Okay, so that is working. Excellent. Now all I need to do is do it at a sensible speed. So this takes, it's not going to tell me without me editing it. So making a robot, actually how fast is the machine? The assembler machine 2 runs at a speed of 1.5. Okay. The robots take 15 seconds to make, so they take 10 seconds to make in assembler 2. Oh, it says so at the bottom. 10 seconds in assembler 2. Right. And I don't know, what rate do I want to be producing these at? The other thing is, I'm producing all of the inputs for this at I need one of each per 10 seconds per machine. And how fast are they making them? So I've got 2 machines making these things. So that means they're coming out every 1.5 seconds. I've got 1 machine making these, so they're coming out every 4 seconds. So if I double that, that'll be 2 seconds. If we go for 2 seconds per thing, that means I'm already okay with the with those things, and I need to put in 2 more machines to again make more components and more advanced components, and then I need 5 machines here to make the output. And I think I might have discounted a. I've dropped some numbers in there. Yeah, that's only 1 second in because in assembler 2, and that then is 2.6 seconds in assembler 2. Okay, so that'll bring it down to 1 every 1.3 seconds. 10 divided by 1.3. Or no, we're calling that 1. We're calling that 1.5 because it goes nicely with these. These make every. No, these make it every 2 seconds. Every 2 seconds. So yeah, I need 5 of these. Okay, let's put that in, because that's going to be quite quick and easy. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like that. And then over here, I'm going to need a significantly larger area. I needed 5 of these, didn't I? So that's 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 5, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then just fill in it. No, don't dig a double hole. I did notice there is the iron cannon that I can develop on my space station at some point in the distant future, which is described as being for terrain adjustment, should we say. But I suspect it's not going to be precise enough for this sort of level of terrain adjustment. I'm probably going to be stuck doing this sort of thing by hand still. But then maybe it'll just make an enormous hole, like explosives do, but more so. And then I can just fill in as much as I need of it, and everything will all be hunky-dory. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apparently I'm making 6, because I can't count. But that's okay, because I think I underestimated how long some of these things are going to take. 1, 2. Then I need to... Okay, change recipe. Machinery components and advanced machinery components. Right, so it's a shame you can't copy and paste full builds in this game. At least as far as I'm aware you can't, because this is just going to be a copy-paste at this point. But never mind. We'll do what we must because we can. Oh, well, this is going to need to be extended as well, because this belt carries the... There's another tree in the way. Poff! Because this belt carries the steel, and therefore needs to come all the way up to the end of here as well. And along here, right, I seem to be pushing this piece of tree around, which is absolute nonsense, but never mind. That and that and that, but you're an output. And then where are you taking from? Oh, you're taking from the other side. Okay, but you need to have an output here, like that. I think that looks good. And then along here, yes, we need. Hang on, okay, right. Then along here we have that. I guess that is fine. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't actually matter where these things go, as long as I have the full set along here, and then I have the short ones for all the machines as well. So there. No, there, and there. And then we remove that. Then, over here. Right, what's going on over here? We're just inputting... Okay, so we're taking input from there, and we're doing an input on there as well. That should work nicely. Don't need any copper. We should be making enough of those. Then over here, need to stretch out these belts. Boom. 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 And then we want X... No. We want long inserters along here, so we'll do there, and then medium inserters there, short inserters there. One of the things that makes this game a little bit simpler than Factorio is that your longer inserters aren't slower. In Factorio, long inserters run at a fraction of the speed of the short inserters, especially when you start getting onto bulk inserters. Whereas in this game, everything just seems they all can just grab as fast as they want to off a belt of whatever's coming in. So it's really easy. I do need more squashed thermalite though. This is actually does seem to be coming up at about the required speed. Maybe it's all right. But I now have a nice steady stream of output robots. That's good. That's starting to fill up. I have an inventory of 5. Okay. And when we get to 16, then we can launch them. Maybe we've already launched... No, we probably haven't already launched some because I've only just sped it up. So that will then mean... fly back over here. Hopefully I've got enough spaceships to carry on bringing all of the resources to where they need to be. Come back over here, contact the space station. Hello, space station. Storage. Do we have any heavy bots up here yet? Yes, 35 come up. Sweet. So that means I can now start selling them to Ororox. I don't think we are yet. I don't know how to... Oh, supply route configuration. There we go. And yeah, have 144. Sure, why not? Have all the ones you need. Lovely. Then I go to Salaxian. I can open supply route configuration. I don't have a ship for this one though. So I go to ship. I need to add a ship. I don't have any spare cargo ships. Right, so at this point I need to go back to the space station and spaceships and buy a ship. I can't buy mediums, but I hopefully can buy small tier 2s because they have a capacity of 2 tons, which isn't very much to be honest, but yeah. Then I go back to the galaxy map and to Salaxian and supply route configuration, ship management, add a ship. Now I can add cargo ship 7 in there. That's a tier 2, good. And then supply configuration, yeah, do heavy duty transport bots. Why not? Let's see if we're making 96 per hour for that planet plus 144 for this one. So that's 250, about almost 250 per hour. I don't know what rate I'm making them at the moment, but we'll see how we get on. Let's unlock another sector. This one is an agriculture. Actually, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we're doing transport bots at the moment. So let's just unlock. I don't think it really matters which sector we unlock. Have that one. And then we can do Belican and we can acquire a trade license. And then we see that they also need transport bots. So we can now go back and we want to buy another ship. Not enough hangar space available. Yeah. Okay, so we then go to the station upgrades. And we do spaceship hangars. Okay, we are doing hangar bay extensions. They are in the process of happening. So we need to wait for that to happen, or we pull some of the ships off planetary shipping. Actually, I should sell quite a lot of these and upgrade them all to decent sized ships. So we'll take 3 off planetary. We'll take 3 off planetary shipping. Sell that one. And when they get up here, we can buy more. But then I'm going to buy a tier 2, and we're going to be setting that for doing planetary shipping because I think we need to have 3 ships, or maybe more than 3 ships on planetary shipping to make sure everything is being brought up and down at their desired rate. I just want to upgrade them to tier 2s because they're twice as big. So we'll buy one of those, and what? Oh, right, that's the other one arrived. So planetary shipping, sell that, sell, buy ship, buy, planetary shipping. Okay, so we've now got 3 smalls doing the 3 tier 2s doing the planetary shipping. I should kind of, actually, let's, should be available once it's finished. Right, so do that. Now I can sell, can I sell these? Yes. No, ship currently in use. All right, when these come back, I can sell them and put them in for market trade routes. Or probably I want to put in 1 for market trade routes and 1 for each planet. Oh, I see. So many fiddly things that all interact weirdly with each other. I need to deal with that in a moment. Okay, so are you free now? Yes. So I can now buy another ship, a small cargo ship, tier 2. And I'll set that one to be doing Ororox because I might as well. Even though the other one did seem to be keeping up, but whatever. So deassign that one. Not have available supply route. Okay. We'll add this ship. Now deassign that ship. This is a fiddly, messy thing. But okay, sure. We've now got a bit of That looked like the small ship might have been enough for transporting the number of bots we needed to transport. I'm honestly not sure, but that seems to be okay there. We're trying to fulfill their demand. Close that. Close that. Now I can go back to the space station and my spaceships, and then there is this one up here that's doing nothing, so I can sell that. No, I can't sell that one because that's the one that's doing nothing. Get it right. That one's still doing market trading. But keep upgrading all the ships. It's a bit of a waste of money, but actually, no, I'm only losing 1,000 Fs per ship I sell, because they you buy them for 3,000, sell them for 2,000. So the upgrades aren't too unreasonable. 1 bot per 10 seconds is 360 an hour. Good point. So yeah, 1 bot every 10 seconds, and I'm making 1 bot every 2 seconds, so I'm well over. So I can sell quite a lot on the general market as well. Thank you for pointing out the really obvious there, Regular. I should have been able to do the difference between per second and per. I think I'd forgotten what rate I was producing them at per second down on the planet, and that's why I got confused. That's my excuse anyway, and I'm going to stick to it. So going back to the galaxy map now, we can have a look at Belacan, and I can now go. They only want boring transport bots. Which is a bit of a shame. But they do want planter drones, which sell for quite a bit more, and I think I can make those. So that's going to be another thing to do soon. But if I go in here, I can then go ship management. I can add a ship here, and that's a tier 2 ship. That's good. So we'll say that. And then supply configuration. Well, we'll provide you with transport bots because we can. The rest of it we won't, because we can't. We don't have the other 3 yet. But that's the thing I can do in the future. So save that. Save that. Got a ship in there to do that job. Belacan. Don't care about you anymore. Right, we'll go back over. Go back to the space station. And we've got 3 doing planetary shipping. We've got the small one doing market trade routes. So yeah, that's the one that goes out to automatically buy me more construction material when I have shortages of it. So I think I kind of want that. So I'll keep, but I still sort of want to. I also want to upgrade it. So we'll try and lose that one. And do I have room for another one? No, I've got my hangars are full. Just waiting for this to happen to then wait for this to happen. So this is a bit slow. Maybe I should be getting a construction drone bay. No, I can't do that yet. That requires hull structural improvements. Okay, so all this is behind the structural improvements. We can't get the construction to happen any quicker. But I do have a nice set of 3 solar panels on the side there. I don't know what you are. Are you my? Oh, you're my construction drone bay. That's been repaired. Over here, this is. I don't even know what this is. Oh, that's the cargo bay. Okay. And over here, I have. This must be my spaceship. Oh, this is my docking facilities. So when I upgrade that, that'll change presumably. I guess that's my space. That's presumably my spaceship hangar, although I can't really tell looking at this thing. And then I've got various other buildings. Oh, those are my thermalite storage areas, I think. Yes, thermalite vaults. So I'm storing all my space money in those. So yeah, the space station we see here, the view of it does change as we build up and build up and build up and get more and more stuff on it. So we should find that storage here, yeah, there we go, we're filling up with heavy-duty transport bots. So we can take a look at this, and we can say minimum to keep on station. Let's set that to 100, and save that. And then hopefully we can start selling these on the general market as well. And I can do that from the Galactic Market tab. Yes, we've got the trades going on there. Buy construction material, sure. Sell, okay, and that's only for construction material. What was the other thing? Sales platform. Yes, here we go. So yeah, now we can enable that for heavy duty transport bots, so we can shift off some of the excess. Thank you, Regular. I got that. I got there eventually. Right, so we can sell. Yeah, we'll sell these guys. Yeah, these only go for 15 each. How is our storage of all of those? So we are. Yeah, we've got more transport bots than we could shake quite a large stick at. With the heavy duty transport bots, that number does seem to be going up. So I think the sales platform we get. Let's lower the price. Should we lower the? Yeah, let's lower the price of these because they just use basic resources, and we can then sell twice as many. So we lose 20% on the price, but we double the number we sell. So we're going to make more money. We're just going to need to ship through more transport bots. And these are going to be done at a lower rate. Actually, we're storing 200 of everything, aren't we? So let's put that to 200. Save. Put that one to 200 as well. Save. So we can get through. Yeah, we can get through. Potentially get through 1,000 per hour of these ones. That's a lot. And I'm making 360 per hour. So let's put that up to plus 50%. We'll make more money off these ones, and because yeah, we'll still not be. We won't quite be able to keep up with that if we're making. Hang on, no, we're not. We're making far more than we're making one bot every 2 seconds. So that means we're making 5 times that. We're making 1,500 an hour. So okay, we'll leave that at regular. But we'll have that on a slightly reduced price. Okay. It is in fact tomorrow now. What's going on in the R&D? Oh, we can do some heavy-duty transport bot. Could get a 2% productivity bonus here. Let's just increase the sale price for now. Actually, that was probably the wrong thing to do. The production efficiency was probably better. Right, anyway. Yes, so... Oh, I want to actually... Can I see if there's been any change in the sales platform? Transport bots. Still 12. So I don't know how that helped. Maybe it's the ones you ship out that are more valuable. No, it was the other ones I upgraded. It's getting late. Sorry, I'm getting tired. So these ones we're now selling for 35. I can't remember what we were selling that before, so that doesn't help. No. Maybe I'll check the VOD. Right, so I think that's pretty much everything I can do up here. Happy with now selling off. So we're now selling to an additional 2 planets. So we've got a nice supply of the heavy duty bots going over there. We've got a supply of normal transport bots going over here. Hopefully we're able to keep up with that. I don't know whether that's a supply route configuration, so not what we're actually managing. In theory, I need to monitor the stock here and make sure these stay above 200, don't go below 200. If they ever dip below 200, then that means we're selling them faster than we're making them, and I need to think about something, whether it's production rate or whether it's selling rate. I need to go in and do something about it. Right. Back to the ground. So, actually, I want to see how this productivity bonus works, if there's an obvious thing about it, or like there is in Factorio. So if we look at this... Yeah, oh yeah, there's another... there's a productivity bar underneath the production achieved bar. So if we look at this one... and stop flying. There we go. Take a look at this one. Yeah, so each time it finishes a recipe, the blue bar gets more full, and then presumably we get a free one. Bloop. There we go. So yeah, excellent. I'm gonna trust that an extra one comes out every time the bar fills up. I'm not gonna monitor that quite too closely. Right, it is tomorrow, so this clearly means it is about time I finished the stream and went to bed and let everyone else, all of you lovely viewers, go to bed as well. So, how have things gone today? What's gone on? Well, I've removed the oil processing from over there, and we're just digging up the oil and then sending it over here in a pipe, because now I've got a new oil processing facility over here. I wish it was daylight when I was doing these sort of things. Anyway, yes, new oil processing facility over here that's producing still producing the plastic that's flowing out over here, and then also the pink oil type, which is allowing me to produce jet fuel, which is allowing me to fly like I'm doing right now. I should go and grab some more of that because I've used about half of what I initially picked up, and that required me to bring coal over here, which meant for that, rather than digging a tunnel, I dug a trench that went all the way over there and then all the way over there, and in a few places I've gone over the top of the trench, but mostly there is a trench that just runs all the way over there, carrying the coal over to be crushed to be made into the fuel. I also started making the spaceship fuel, and then discovered I can't put it into the spaceships anyway, so that's kind of pointless. But that was another use. That was my first use, in fact, for the squashed thermalite. So I started bringing that over here, feeding it into the machine over here, and many other things besides, because this was a greedy machine. Oh wait, no, the crushed coal was for that, not for the rocket fuel. Yeah, anyway, it doesn't matter. I fed that over into a landing pad, so we can send that up to the space station. Then Then I modernized. Maybe then I modernized the. Moved the copper mining over a little bit, and also expanded my and expanded to start making another type of robot over here. So these are now building the heavy duty construction bots, which are being fed into the silo over here, taken up to space, and those are being sold as well. So if you look at my look at my profit graph there, you can see that it's spiked massively from where it was before to the almost 23,000 in the last day. So that's a massive improvement. That's going to carry on going up because we've only had a few bars go up there so far. So we're making a lot more money now because we're shipping out more bots and more valuable bots, and we're selling to more places. And I also went in and tweaked the amount of stuff I'm selling, stuff I'm selling on the open market as well. I think that's basically everything I did today. There was a bit of running resources around to get this up and running, of course, but yeah, I think that's basically it. There was the oil processing to get the new fuel there, making a new type of bot, selling more types of bots, and a bit of extension on the bus over here as well. So I'm now producing things from plastic and circuits, and I did a weird helter-skelter system over here to bring the tier 1 assembly machines over to be made into tier 2 assembly machines all the way over here. Now a sensible person would have repurposed a machine over here to make the tier 1 machines and then just wiggle them over from there, rather than running a belt all the way along here, because this is going to make it more awkward if I ever need to do that again, but I've never claimed to be sensible. Yes. So I think that's good. My biggest concern at the moment is whether the copper production is going to be keeping up adequately. And looking over here, actually it does seem to be. Despite putting in additional robot production, this belt is not moving solidly, therefore there is enough copper being fed in. Now, if I start doing science again, which for some reason I've not been doing for a little while, probably because I've been distracted, if I start doing science again, then this area will start taking in copper, and maybe it then won't be able to keep up. Let's find out. Let's do a difficult... station hull improvements. That's something I wanted. Let's do that. And let's do large transformers as well. And, a medium shipping pad. Okay, these are all exciting things. So let's... And a station orbital laser. These are all very exciting things. I'm going to chuck all of them in. And now, there we go, there's now more copper flowing along here than there was before. And if we look at this belt now, it's still okay. So, at the moment, with two types of robots being produced flat out, and theoretically at least science packs being produced at the rate we use them at, probably, it seems to be alright. I'm surprised, but pleasantly surprised. I was honestly expecting to have serious copper shortages by this point and be needing to massively expand this whole system and probably go off and find that other copper patch that's way over there in the distance. But no, it seems to be all right. So I guess we'll just leave that running for now, while the rest of the factory ticks over and makes me money hand over fist. So that's going really, really well. Okay, so that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you very much for watching, and please come back on Monday when I should be playing some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers with the gang. What are we doing in Planetary Pioneers? Oh yes, we're going to try and get to Vulcanus fairly soon, but we've got a bit more work on Norvis to get finished off first. So I think Sophia is going to be thinking about Vulcanus, and the rest of us are going to be building things up on Norvis and trying to get things running. I think building science packs on the city block system is going to be pretty much top priority for the next session. Then after that, and also there's going to be videos coming out every Thursday, Friday, talking about what's been going on in the Factorio series, or any other videos I happen to make, but spoilers, they're all Factorio at the moment, because I've got a lot to say about it, and that seems to be where a lot of the demand is from the viewers. So yeah, it makes sense to be making those. Oops, spaceship coming in to get some more heavy duty bots. Yeah, and I'll be back again at 8 o'clock next Wednesday for some more Foundry, and the Factorio. So the Factorio streams are at 7:30. The Foundry streams are at 8 o'clock because I've got something happening on Wednesday evenings that I'm going off and doing. So that's a little bit of throws things off a little bit. Sorry about that, but I hope you can keep up. Right. I think that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. I'll see you for the video. Well, you'll see me for the videos on Thursday and Friday, and I'll see you for the stream on Monday. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you then. Bye bye, and good night. Oh yes, and good night or possibly good morning, regular. Goodbye, No Guard, and everyone else who's been watching. Thank you for being here, and I hope you've enjoyed it.